Ladies and gentlemen, the next session, panel discussion 2, will begin shortly in about 3 minutes. I'd like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to invite all of you to please take your seats as our next session is about to begin. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the forum. It's our afternoon session now, and we will now proceed to panel discussion 2 titled Countering Hybrid Warfare and Strengthening Whole of Society Defense Resilience. There are 5 panelists in this session, respectively from Denmark, the USA, and Taiwan. And now I'd like to introduce our moderator of panel 2, Ms. Ying Kvat, the host of Taiwan Talks. And now I give the floor to Ms. Kvat. Welcome.
Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to panel 2 of the 9th Ketagalan Forum. I'm Ying Kvat. I'm the host of Taiwan Talks, which is Taiwan's only English language geopolitical talk show. It is my great pleasure today to chair the discussion on countering hybrid warfare and strengthening whole of society defense resilience. Now, where we define hybrid warfare as a mix of conventional and unconventional warfare, or military and non-military warfare, and no doubt Kerry will talk in more detail about the definitions. Also, where unconventional covers tactics such as disinformation, cyber attacks, election interference, territorial salami, slicing, and so on. So we can say that the CCP has spent roughly 100 years slowly and patiently perfecting its hybrid warfare capabilities. It has had a single aim, avenging its humiliation, its century of humiliation carried out by Western powers by becoming the preeminent global superpower. And then there is the defeat and absorption of Taiwan. And so for Taiwan and the United States and others, the China threat hasn't just been military for many decades, but also in that space between war and peace. And the more China has advanced its military and economic power, the closer that goal appears, and therefore the faster its hybrid warfare campaign has intensified. But China is not only targeting the US and Taiwan. The Philippines is increasingly targeted in the South China Sea, or West Philippine Sea, in cyber attacks and social media. Japan and South Korea increasingly targeted in the East China Sea and West Sea in cyber attacks and social media. India continues to be targeted in the Himalayas and Indian Ocean region, and Australia also in the seas around its country, as well as in cyber attacks and social media. So those are just a few examples. The question is how we recognize hybrid and gray zone warfare in all its forms, and when we decide to take action against it. In what ways can we defend against it and crucially deter this threat, and whether we can come together collectively to do that, as European countries and NATO have tried to do against the Russian hybrid warfare to build greater resilience in this region. So to debate this and more, we have an incredibly distinguished panel of experts, and I'm joined, starting from my right, by Dan Blumenthal, Senior Fellow at American Enterprise Institute. Dan focuses on East Asian security issues and Sino-American relations. He served in and advised the US government on China issues for more than a decade, and this includes being Senior Director for China, Taiwan, and Mongolia at the US Department of Defense in 2002 to 2004. Next to Dan is Elizabeth Braw, Senior Fellow at the Transatlantic Security Initiative in the Stowcroft Center for Strategy and Security of the Atlantic Council. Welcome. Elizabeth is one of the world's leading experts on gray zone and hybrid threats. Next is Christian Buger, Professor of International Relations, University of Copenhagen in Denmark. Welcome. Christian specializes in maritime security and has held previously several high-level positions in UK universities. Next is Kerry Gashanek, Senior Fellow at Global Risk Mitigation Foundation based in Honolulu and Professor Visiting Scholar at National Chengchi University. I'm holding up now Kerry's book. This is the Mandarin version, translated into Mandarin, of Political Warfare, which I think that many of you will be familiar with. It's become an important book for many a nation targeted by China. It was referred to by our president, I-Chung in March as a foundation for our president's 17 strategies for combating China's infiltration and subversion of Taiwan. Kerry has also advised the US Congress and NATO on China's threat and has extensive experience in naval special warfare, intelligence, counterintelligence, and international relations. And last but certainly not least is Yujie Li, Senior Advisor at the National Security Council of the R.O.C. Taiwan. Mr. Li has advised the Taiwan government for decades on the emerging threats of technology as well as the solutions and opportunities that they present. In terms of the format for this panel, our guests will speak in the order that they're sat to my right, and each will speak for about 8 to 10 minutes, after which I'll open up the floor to questions. So without further ado, Dan, over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here in Taipei and at this important and I think very productive forum. It's my honor to speak on this topic with such distinguished panelists as well. And I think your initial introduction framed things exactly right, which is political warfare, hybrid warfare, however you want to call it, this combination of subversion, coercion, gray zone, conventional kinetic force, and so on, is not just incidental to Chinese Communist Party strategy, it is how the Chinese Communist Party in fact came to power. It's its birthright, it's in its DNA, subverting, infiltrating, using political warfare alongside conventional tactics against a well-established government, again, is in some ways the history of the Chinese Civil War. So it's essential, at point one, it's essential to Chinese strategy and how it thinks about its grand strategy of undermining the U.S. alliance system and of course Taiwan here in the Indo-Pacific. And I think everyone here in Taiwan knows that. You know, you face it every day, disinformation campaigns alongside intimidation tactics by the Chinese Air Force, by the maritime militia, and the combination, I think critically, the combination of both the use of low-intensity kinetic force in conjunction with information and disinformation campaigns. It's important everybody, I think, here in Taiwan knows it, but in the United States, there's still a debate about how important it is to defeat this campaign, which is very surprising and unfortunate, I think, because obviously the Chinese made such great strides using hybrid warfare in the South China Sea in terms of increasing its own territorial ambitions, and undermining others' territorial rights. It's been engaged against Japan in the East China Sea for many years as well. Japan's held fast and held strongly in terms of its own territorial rights. But there's a debate in Washington about how important it is to defeat this campaign, and I would argue it's the ongoing campaign. It must be defeated. China may decide to intensify its current hybrid warfare campaign and launch a full-scale war against Taiwan, but it may decide that it's not necessary to do so, and continue to try to cow the Taiwan public and the Taiwan political system. So that goes to point number two. Point number two is the center of gravity of these hybrid warfare campaigns, particularly across the strait, is politics in Taiwan. Now, it's very important for the Chinese Communist Party to also shape politics in Washington and in allied capitals, but the center of gravity for Chinese strategic planners is how do we make it so Taiwan politics is more amenable to our national goals? How do we intimidate Taiwan? How do we make certain parties in Taiwan, the DPP in particular, unacceptable to the Taiwan populace? And how do we get some kind of political resolution after changing Taiwan's politics through hybrid warfare campaigns? The center of gravity is Taiwan politics. Again, China may intensify its ongoing hybrid warfare campaign into something more if it so chooses, but for now, it's going to continue to push, maybe escalate its hybrid warfare campaigns to affect Taiwan politics, to affect Taiwan's sense of isolation, to affect the Taiwan's people will to continue. It's aimed at Washington as well. So the debate that it wants people to have in Washington is in some ways the very debate that we continue to have. The essence of the political competition is essentially China trying to define what the contours and parameters are of Washington's relationship to Taiwan. China trying to define what is and isn't provocative in the relationship. This has been going on since the advent of the One China policy. China trying to redefine the One China policy, trying to say things like transit visits by the president of Taiwan are too provocative, or trying to say the visit of the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, was somehow too provocative or changing the status quo. That's how China tries to restrict the decision space and change the decision-making space in Washington as well, again, with its eyes on striking a blow against Taiwan politics. So the idea and concept here of the hybrid warfare campaign is to define certain things as too dangerous, to define certain things as too provocative, such that Washington actually makes decisions to constrict its relationship with Taipei in order for China to strike a morale blow against the Taiwan public. And this is a very deliberate strategy. And there's all kinds of ways, I think, to counter this kind of strategy. The visit of Speaker Pelosi is an example. If, for example, the United States had acted more decisively and said, I'm sorry, but you don't get to define who we send to Taiwan. Part of this unofficial relationship we have with Taiwan is the right to have just about anybody we want go to Taiwan on unofficial visits. The only thing that we owe you, China, is that we promise not to confer diplomatic recognition on Taiwan, but anything below that is up to us to define. So ultimately, this is a political struggle over what kind of relationship Taiwan is going to have with the rest of the world, what kind of relationship Washington is going to have with Taiwan. And we ought to be very aware that China is trying to redefine that for us all the time, again, with its eyes on striking a blow against Taiwan and Taiwan's resilience and so forth. I think the answers in general that Washington and Taiwan should come up with to these hybrid warfare campaigns is asymmetric political responses. So it's not possible to track and respond to every incursion that the PLA makes into Taiwan's airspace or to Taiwan's maritime space, but it is possible to respond at the time in the way of our choosing. So the answer to restricting Taiwan and to isolating Taiwan is in fact to raise Taiwan's international status. So one good response, for example, to things like cable cutting or things like interference in the air defense identification zone of Taiwan would be to increase Taiwan's status multilaterally and exercise to make sure that civil aviation is safe going into Taiwan. This is an asymmetric political cost, and China actually cares about it quite a bit. So if China is actually embarrassed on the world stage, or if Taiwan's status is actually enhanced in response to China's attempt to restrict it and isolate it, that is one way in which China tends to back off. Again, so a response to military intimidation combined with disinformation would be raise Taiwan's profile specifically and functionally in the international system. I just want to wrap up by saying it's very important to defeat these hybrid warfare campaigns and to make sure that Taiwan's public knows that its system is able to operate despite the pressure that China puts it under. I think that the idea that ignoring these gray zone campaigns in order to focus on a possible larger kinetic conflict is a big mistake. I think you have to deter in the gray zone, deter in the space you're being challenged, which has a much better chance to show China that you have the will, both Washington and Taiwan have the will to defeat them should they decide to escalate to conventional means as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So, Dan, they're arguing for greater decisive action by the US and also raising Taiwan's international profile. Elizabeth Brawl.
Testing. I was thinking, hearing all these alarming reports this morning and at lunchtime, I was thinking back to happier days in around 2016, 2017, when Twitter was down. I didn't notice that until afterwards, but when I logged on, I saw somebody had written this, or posted this on Twitter. Chatted with my wife while Twitter was down. She seems nice. So those were the happy days back then when we could entertain ourselves by reading Twitter. Now things are much more serious, and as you said, I focus on gray zone aggression, and in the past decade it has grown enormously. It used to be essentially, as I think everybody in this room knows, it used to be cyber, it used to be disinformation, it used to be election interference, it used to be systematic IP theft, which I think is often overlooked, but it is another aspect of grey zone aggression that aims to weaken our countries and strengthen whoever it is that is systematically taking our IP. In the past 2-3 years, the forms of grey zone aggression with which our countries are targeted have grown exponentially, and not just in number of incidents, but also number of categories. And why not if you are the aggressor in the gray zone, you can continue to innovate because nothing will happen. You are not going to be punished for engaging in gray zone aggression. Why are you not going to be punished? Because you are exploiting the space between war and peace. You're staying below the threshold of war, and our countries, democratic countries, are not going to respond with military means against you because it's risky, it's escalatory, but we are also not going to respond with the same means because we are liberal democracies. If a country, let's say, interferes in our elections, we are not going to say, well, in that case, we'll interfere in your elections. Or if a country engages in systematic cyber intrusion of our critical national infrastructure, we are not going to say, well, if you intrude in our infrastructure, we will intrude back. And that is the one of the fundamental weaknesses of a liberal democracy. So there are two challenges with gray zone aggression. The first is that it's difficult to detect. How do we know when something is happening in our societies that may be gray zone aggression? Because many of these forms of aggression may exist in low intensity levels in our countries anyway. We have cyber attacks, we have people who spread untruths, we have election malfunctions within our electoral processes. How do we know when something is systematic and when the instigator behind it is a hostile state? We may not know until it reaches a very high level of intensity, and by then it may be too late. So that's why I think of gray zone aggression as the defender's dilemma. And I wrote a whole book about the defender's dilemma, and I still don't know the answer to this dilemma, which is how to detect gray zone aggression early and what to do about it. But I do have some partial answers. And one of the first ones is we have to do what Taiwan and some other countries already do, which is to involve the wider public as much as we can, not just the wider public as in the citizenry, but also the private sector. And I know you do it here increasingly, for example, by through public awareness campaigns, by working with the private sector. And a fantastic example of that is the collaboration between the government and Chunghwa Telecom on cables. And I remember vividly the two cable cuts off the Matsu Islands on the 2nd and 8th of February 2022, or was it 23? The years blur now. 23 was. And the reason that both cables were cut with disastrous consequences was that the reporting system for cable operators to report cable damage was not particularly efficient, and neither here nor in any other liberal democracy, because cables operate in pairs. If one cable is damaged, the operator then puts in a call to repair company, and they come and repair it after a while. But what should happen, and now has begun to happen, is that the operator should also report it to the government, so the government knows that a cable has been damaged and is aware. But that didn't happen then, and when people found out that there was a problem was when the second cable was cut. They had been taking the traffic for the two cables. The second cable was cut by another Chinese vessel, and then it became clear that there was a problem, right? Because there was only two cables and they had both been cut. The collaboration now is much better, and when the most recent cable cut happened, there was instantaneous reporting by Chunghwa Telecom to the authorities, so they knew what had happened and could react, and they reacted very quickly, as you may recall. That is exactly what should be happening, and we're seeing more initiatives like that, not just when it comes to cables, but when it comes to all kinds of incidents, because no Western government, no government of a liberal democracy can be everywhere all the time. It needs the help of the public and the private sector. First, in detecting things that don't look right. And we are the best judges of what doesn't look right. And then when it comes to building resilience, the private sector is a fantastic partner. And I know there is a lot of work happening beyond the telecom sector here in Taiwan to build redundancy. And by the way, I think that can be a competitive advantage for the companies that do engage in it, because if you have redundancy, then your company is going to be able to keep operating even if something happens, whereas your competitor, without redundancy, they will have a big problem if there is some sort of gray zone attack or other damaged hostile state instigated damage to your company. And by the way, also damage caused by Mother Nature, which is something to be concerned about now that climate change is increasing. So a lot of that is happening. And where we can do even more is to actively invite the public to be part of this and not just educate them about threats, but invite them to report if they see anything unusual. In countries that have a long history of terrorism, such as the UK, that has been part of the public, the social contract for years, that if you see something that doesn't look right, report it to the authorities. And I'm not trying to put a positive spin on this, but now that the threats are what they are and are likely to increase, this is an opportunity to bring the country closer together, because nobody wants the sort of harm that we get from gray zone aggression. So in an era that has been defined by societal fragmentation, loneliness, and so forth, I'm not saying that it's good that we have gray zone aggression, but now that we have it, being part of the solution is a fantastic opportunity for people to get involved. And it's interesting to see which countries are the most active. Taiwan, but also the Nordic Baltic countries, the UK, the Czech Republic, a wide variety of countries that have few other similarities other than wanting to keep their countries going in case something were to happen. And something will happen. And so this is also, by the way, an opportunity to show your country off to international markets, to FDI investors, to show we will be able to keep going even if there are countries and other actors that wish us in. And on that note, something I want to flag up, because Russia is good at innovating in the gray zone, something to be acutely aware of is a new fast-growing trend of hostile states recruiting essentially gray zone gig workers on apps who commit one act of gray zone aggression, be it arson, be it carrying placing a parcel bomb somewhere on behalf of the hostile country. They take a picture of whatever they've done, send it to the agent who commissioned them, they get paid, and then they fade back into obscurity. That's another reason for all of us to keep our eyes open and be part of that solution. Over. Time's up.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's okay if we go a bit over 10 minutes. I heard Elizabeth speeding up there at the end. So Elizabeth spoke about, at the end there, very interesting development, gig workers. This increases the plausible deniability of these states. Also, because there's been no cost against the hybrid warfare, essentially we've seen a proliferation, innovation, also the limitations of our liberal democracies, and finally, how this is actually an opportunity for unity, so that coming together that we mentioned. Christian, over to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, a big thank you to the Prospect Foundation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the hospitality and convening this important forum. I'd like to bring us towards maritime security and also the question of how gray zone/warfare strategies actually have an impact on maritime security more broadly. And I'm going to draw on two pieces of research. One is our book, Understanding Maritime Security, came out last year. And the other one, a big assessment that we have done together with the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. And this was an attempt to do a forward-looking identification of what threats need early action within the United Nations system, but also outside of it. Now, just to set up the context, I think it's quite important why we need to care about maritime security more general, and the scientific research is pretty surprising and straightforward, and it shows us that at no other point in human history have we been as dependent on the sea as we are today. And that is literally a development that has been unfolding since the 1990s. Some have called it the blue acceleration. Others talk about the industrialization of the sea. And that basically means that 80% of global trade comes by the sea, 60% of energy, in some cases such as Taiwan, these figures are even higher, and 95% of transcontinental internet data transfers come by the sea. When we're talking about maritime security, then we're talking about the vulnerabilities that come from these numbers. Our accelerated use of the sea means that we need to pay attention to maritime security, not only regionally and nationally, but globally. Remember the Evergreen accident in the Suez Canal a couple of years back. One single ship in a strategic location caused a global loss event, and economists have estimated that in the range of 8 to 10 billion. Now there's also some good news. In May this year, the United Nations Security Council actually held a high-level debate on maritime security. And what you could see at this debate is actually a remarkable global consensus that maritime security, in particular maritime crimes, need more attention, more capacity building, clearer norms. But there was also quite an impressive call for peaceful resolution of boundary disputes that we could see in the Council. Now, in that debate, in many ways, member states were looking at what can be called an established maritime security agenda. They were hardly talking about what can be called the gray zone or the hybrid sphere. So in many ways, the UN Security Council was operating or discussing maritime security in a way as if the binaries and distinctions that structure much of the global institutions between war and peace, between civil and military, but also between state and non-state actors would still hold. And this is exactly the key challenge that we are facing when we're talking about hybrid and gray zone warfare. These binaries are deliberately blurred. Now, I think when we're talking about gray zone / hybrid warfare at sea, it is actually quite important that we are clear in our vocabulary, and I think it's of essence to distinguish between two different types of actions. The first is strategic intimidation or acts of provocation, where the purpose of these actions is not to cause physical damage, but to achieve other strategic objectives, for instance, creating uncertainty and pressure. The second type is direct confrontation, and only then it makes actually sense to talk about warfare rather than strategies and tactics. And here we're talking about acts where the intention is to cause immediate damage on an adversary. It's quite an important distinction, not the least in legal terms. Now, if we're looking to European waters as an example, we can see a lot of strategic intimidation, mainly pointing towards Russia, and that includes maritime espionage disguised as scientific research. Some people have seen the documentary on the Russian vessel Yanta, cable cutting incidents or mysterious accidents, let's call them like that were just referred to. The purpose of these kind of acts is to install vulnerability and uncertainty in European populations, but also keeping the pressure on defense forces to operate under extremely high costs. If you look into the response to gray zone attacks in European waters, the price tag has been quite substantial for that. Now, luckily, a lot of things have been happening by the European Union and NATO, in particular with regards to the Baltic Sea. And in many ways, as someone who has been following this over the long term, the response is quite impressive in terms of improved maritime domain awareness, in terms of rapid regional coordination over law enforcement, and in developing legal framework where it's still a little bit sketchy. The escalatory risks, as we've seen in April this year with an incident with the Estonian Navy, are substantial. In that case, Russia actually responded with sending fighter planes. If we're talking about direct confrontation, I think then we need to start talking a little bit about how Ukraine's defense tactics actually use gray zone warfare, and to the evolution that we are seeing there. And here we're not only talking about drone warfare and cyber attacks, we're also using the new ways of strategically using sea mines. And that is in many ways a little bit worrying, because while I think that obviously the Ukrainian forces have a valid cause, the way that they tend to undermine global legal norms is slightly worrying. And this includes also the way in which they are deliberately taking environmental risks. Now, quite obviously, this is not only happening in China, in Europe, but also in the broader Western Indian Ocean. Now, let me use my last 2 minutes for briefly pointing out to what that means in strategic terms, hoping that some of this can be picked up in the Q&A later on. First, I think we need strength in maritime domain awareness, and we need maritime domain awareness that does not only look at the surface, but looks down underwater, but equally looks up in terms of vulnerabilities linked to satellites. Secondly, critical maritime infrastructure is now absolutely vital, and if Taiwan wants to untap the enormous offshore wind energy potential that it has, it is really, really important to develop an enhanced critical maritime infrastructure protection strategy, not only for the country itself, but for the wider region, together with Philippines, together with Korea, together with Japan and the Pacific Island region. Third, I think it's vital that we talk more about environmental security at sea. Many of these gray zone tactics actually exploit environmental vulnerabilities. And let's not forget, a single shipping accident or a deliberate oil spill can have major environmental impacts and undermine conservation efforts from decades. Finally, I think we should also quite urgently engage in the question of how the future norms of warfare at sea, but also the future peacetime norms should look like. And this is basically why we do need a United Nations process, whether that is within the UN Security Council. The next meeting on maritime security is next Monday, but also in institutions such as the International Telecommunication Union, where we are having a broader discussion on how subsea data cables, for instance, can be better protected. I leave it here, and thank you so much for your attention, and look forward to the discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. So Christian there mentioned how these actors attack our vulnerability and create uncertainty He also talked about us being never more dependent on the sea as we are today. It's called the blue acceleration. Over to you, Kerry.
Hybrid warfare is a component of political warfare. Now, the depth and breadth of political warfare, if you want to take a look around this room, it goes from the screen behind me to where the cameras are back there. It goes from your right wall to your left wall, everything in between, and in the 10 minutes, 600 seconds I've got here, I can get you about as far as my thumb, but let me hit a couple of wave tops for you. One, I'll talk a little bit about how to conceptualize the existential threat that we face in Chinese Communist Party political warfare, and it is an existential threat to Taiwan, my country, the United States, and I would say to every country represented in this room. I will also talk about the role of leadership and the role of education in this fight. First, let's talk about a holistic way of looking at the threat. I said that hybrid warfare is a component of political warfare. Go back and check the definition. See what the Chinese communists are calling hybrid warfare. They're saying what's basically been said earlier, but they say it very clearly in their doctrinal publications, in their writings from the PLA, what passes as doctrine, in all of their theoretical publications. We're going to push you, basically, we're going to push you right up into the point where you want to go to kinetic war, but you don't have the legal justifications to do it, to fight back against us. We're going to take everything we can and keep pushing you. All right, so that's hybrid warfare. The reason I say that hybrid warfare is a component of political warfare is you have to go back to the first Cold War. A fellow named George Kennan, most of you should have heard of, but he was a diplomat in the United States, and we were getting our butts handed to us by the Soviet Union and Western Europe, all around the rest of the world. And how was the Soviet Union doing it? Yeah, military force, of course, but it was political warfare, taking the Eastern European countries, subverting. It was about ready to take Greece, about ready to take other Western European countries that did get saved. Sad for those who did not. But the point is that it took Kennan, a diplomat with his policy planning group in the U.S. State Department, to wake up the United States government to this concept of political warfare. And what Kennan said, this is very simple, keep it simple, political warfare is all means short of, he didn't say major, kinetic warfare, all means short of kinetic warfare to achieve your national objectives. In effect, what that means, political warfare is all means short of major kinetic warfare, because we're dealing with the Chinese Communist Party, and the Chinese Communist Party is, you have to think about this, because this is a different threat than we faced before. It is an expansionist, militarily, economically, and technologically immensely powerful nation, brutally repressive, genocidal, in fact, totalitarian regime. All right, they're not going to quit. You have to make them stop. They are on the attack, and they know that they can corrode us. They can wear us down. How do they do that? Political warfare. They corrode us. They divide, they demoralize, and to use their terminology, they disintegrate us. That's what they're trying to do to annex Taiwan. But they're also doing it in my country. They have a wide range. The reason I'm saying think the size of this room, all this terminology that we use to define what they're doing to us. We're screwing ourselves into the ground. We're setting ourselves up for defeat through terminology alone. We're paralyzing ourselves. We have disinformation. We have propaganda. We have misinformation. We have strategic psychological operations. We have media warfare, public opinion warfare. We have legal warfare, lawfare. And then we have United Front operations. And we're playing whack-a-mole. And that doesn't even get to those of you who've read the book Unrestricted Warfare. There is an unlimited number of other warfares, tourism warfare, economic warfare, which you're familiar with, but all these other warfares that the CCP is eager to use against us and is using against us. Drug warfare on my country, We got 100,000 dead Americans on the streets of the United States every year, military age basically, mostly. And what's it coming from? Fentanyl. Where's fentanyl coming from? We already had a distinguished guest speaker earlier talk about the fentanyl coming in. It's deliberate, it's intentional, it's destroying the fabric of my country, among many other ways that they're destroying my country internally. I would wager they're doing the same thing to you. So we've got all these attacks coming at us, and yet we still insist on disaggregating them. We parse them out. Well, we're gonna fight fake news here. In the United States State Department wasted millions of dollars on fake news. We're gonna have a workshop on fake news. That gets you nowhere. That's tactical. That's like being in mid-intensity conflict and you're focusing on the one soldier in the foxhole over there with a rifle over the parapet. That's very tactical. You've got to start thinking, we have to start thinking holistically, strategically. We have to categorize all of these different attacks, again, the way Kennan did in 1948. Let's just call it political warfare. So we're not playing whack-a-mole and trying to take out, propaganda and disinformation and election interference over here. If you have a guiding principle, a guiding framework, a holistic view, then you get the president, and we all have elected presidents or equivalents. You can get the president to make the decision we're going to fight. And God bless President Lai, God bless President Marcos, because those are two of my heroes right now, because they said we're going to fight CCP hybrid warfare. Once you get the presidential decision that we will fight, then you get the policy, then you get the strategy, and that's what's lacking in America right now. And I'll come to this 300-page report that I helped the U.S. Congress, this investigation comes back to America's lack of a strategy. You get the policy, you set objectives, develop strategies, you develop the resources, you develop the education programs, you develop the personnel, not just military personnel, because military is very much part of this, your law enforcement, okay, your counterintelligence, your department or ministries of education. It's a whole of government approach that you have to take or you're going to lose. Whole of society, you have to at least say that. It's aspirational, you're never going to get it, but publicly we have to say it. Try to get that. And you get that if you have some sort of overarching guiding framework and you're not playing whack-a-mole trying to take each one of these attacks separately and devoting resources without any organized, holistic way to confront it. Now, what happens when you don't have the strategy, when you don't even have the willingness to call the threat by the right name? You get the United States government right now. This was a 2-year investigation the U.S. Congress did on just the U.S. government, not on PRC political warfare against business and industry, which is major, against our academia at the subnational level, at the state, city, councils, that sort of level. No, this is just at the U.S. government. 25 U.S. agencies. I know I got it, 2-minute warning. I played football, I know what it means, it's almost over. The point is that of 25 agencies, including CIA, FBI, NSA, National Security Council, and NSA, all of the key ones, State Department, they found out they had no idea what they were facing. They couldn't define, that's where definitions in education come in. The vast majority of people in these agencies, these 25 agencies running my government, had no clue what was going on all around. I mean, you can read the 300-page report. I'll loan it to you, or you can download it. It was pretty horrifying. This is in the words of the representative sent to testify at the investigation. The State Department representative who chaired the so-called China House, supposed to be a key member of the administration's policy making for the People's Republic of China and the CCP, walks into the hearing, senior-most State Department official, and looks dumbfounded and says to the committee, "Could you tell me what political warfare is?" No kidding, it's in the report. This is how ignorant my government has been. I would wager if you go in, college professor hat on here, and you go into any one of your bureaucrats or your senior elected officials and you said, take out 5 sheets of paper, 1 pen, define political warfare, give 3 examples how it's being waged against your country, Canada, Marshall Islands, etc., and then go down the list. What's United Front? What are they doing? I would wager that 99% would get an F, okay? So education is important. Where does education start? Yeah, it starts at the macro level. We wiped out our political warfare education in 1991 when we thought we'd won the first Cold War. My time is up. Let me just give a shout out to 2 organizations doing good I got time? Yes, I do. Thank you. A shout out to 2 organizations doing some good, clever education. All right? You're looking at this coffee graph and you're saying, my gosh, that is beautiful. Is that Starbucks? Is it Yves Saint Laurent? Is it Gucci? No, that's the Republic of the Philippines, the Armed Forces of the Philippines. It is a coffee graph that they distribute in the Philippines that talks all about the West Philippine Sea. So that's one way you get past TikTok. That's one way you just come up with creative ways on the very low level, but mass level, to get out the word on the political warfare, in this case, the hybrid warfare for the West Philippine Sea. Association of Taiwan Journalists. Again, you look at local resilience. You look at Taiwan resilience. There's a number of organizations, several organizations you should be out there supporting. I'm working with the Association of Taiwan Journalists. They're building an education program that is aimed at reporters. Because if the reporters can't tell the real story, if they don't know, if they're the victims of media warfare or other, just victims of never being properly educated, no way they can tell the story to your publics. So education on a mass level is absolutely essential. And with that, I give up my mic.
Thank you, Kerry. So, Kerry, they're telling us about the holisticness of the CCP's political warfare, and therefore the approach that we must take must also be holistic to combat what the China's goal is, which is to disintegrate its enemies, as well as expressing disappointment in the US's approach to it. Final speech from Mr. Lee.
I totally agree with your point. Education is so important. So, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to speak following such insightful contribution from previous estimate panelists. They have illustrated clearly that hybrid warfare is no longer theoretical. It is our daily reality, in particular in Taiwan. I have served as a senior advisor to the President Lai for past 15 months. I have served as a senior advisor to the President Lai for past 15 months. During the time, I have been deeply involved with the defense community and emerging technologies, including AI, cybersecurity, unmanned system, and space technology, including telesat communications. I also oversee the resilience planning across critical sector, communication, energy, finance, and transportation. As part of President Lai's Hall of Society Resilience Initiative, digital security, undersea cable, and the critical infrastructure are among the key areas I monitor every day. During my time at the NSC, I frequently encounter discussion referencing the timeline of 2027. As you know, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, reaffirmed that at the Shangri-La Dialogue in May 2025. This timeline reflects not only intent, but also growing capabilities. Taiwan's strategy is to deter conflict, and our response to hybrid warfare, whether in 2027 or sooner, must be open, innovative, and rooted in all of society defense. Taiwan is among the most targeted society in cyberspace. In response, we have launched the National Cybersecurity 2025, we name cybersecurity is national security. In this strategy, we have 4 key pillars of cybersecurity, including the whole of society defense resilience. It's not only the traditional cybersecurity, it's including the hybrid warfare as well. And the second pillar is about the critical infrastructure. And we do believe that when the critical infrastructure under the massive cyber attack, that's a very clear signal for the Chinese invasion. So we pay a lot of attention on the critical infrastructure security. The third pillar is about the supply chain security. And actually that's inspired by the US DOD, they have a CMMC. We are not, the government have to purchase a lot of hardware, software, even the service from the vendor, from the private sector. Even the product is secure enough, but if the vendor security level is not match the standard, it will create a vulnerability to the entire government. So the third pillar, we will focus on the vendor, we care about the supply chain security. The fourth one is about the emerging technology, namely that's artificial intelligence. We do believe that the AI can help cybersecurity industry, but when you rely on AI system more, you create more vulnerabilities. AI itself might be the big threat of the cybersecurity. Actually, in order to improve our critical infrastructure security, we have an organization called the National Institute of Cybersecurity. We formed a team called the OT exercise that's focused on the OT technology cybersecurity. And when we talk about cybersecurity, we have prioritized, including the power grid, energy supply, transportation network, financial system. Right now is under constant threat. We have to build up the collaboration platform with others. This engagement has yet significant progress in strengthening our collective cybersecurity protection. We believe that enhanced intelligence sharing and malware forensics can help trace attack footprint and increase the transparencies. Ultimately will reduce their violence and the impact. You probably already see the Netflix series called 0 Day. That's a wide-scale cyber attack on critical infrastructure that's offering a valuable lesson to decision maker and policy maker in the real world. China's recent wave of cyber attack, whether known as a Soul Typhoon, Vol Typhoon, or others, targeting the US, UK, Australia, and Japan, are designed to enable rapid, destructive cyber operation against critical infrastructure. We believe this attack was deliberate experiment conducted by China, intended to test the ability to paralyze critical infrastructure during a potential Taiwan Strait conflict, thereby delaying or obstructing timely international assistance to Taiwan. Taiwan operates 14 international and 10 domestic undersea cable, and which are vital for internet connectivities and nationwide communication. In 2025 alone, we record at least 4 disruptions. This underscores the urgent need to enhance the communication resilience to ensure Taiwan remained connected to the rest of the world. Redundancies and decentralized are 2 fundamental principles of resilience. In response, we are pursuing a diversified approach that's including expanding undersea cable routes and landing station, incorporating microwave transmission system and integrating satellite communication as contingency option to ensure the connectivity. In the aftermath of the war in Ukraine, Taiwan amended its legislation to allow data backup to be stored outside of Taiwan. This legal revision provides the foundation of Taiwan to establish hyperscale cloud infrastructure. In collaboration with trusted private sector partners, simultaneously we continue to tackle energy resilience challenge in parallel, strengthen our ability to manage and recover from disruption across both digital and physical domain. The warfare is evolving with technology advancement, and our defense strategy must evolve accordingly. I have to say that the war in Ukraine has promoted Taiwan to examine the reality of a conflict and check our level of readiness. We have come to understand strategic value of asymmetries, leading to greater investment in smart technologies such as a drone and the unmanned system. We are integrating artificial intelligence and advancing sensor vision, data vision, that kind of things. We also recognize importances of decentralization, commander, and granting greater autonomies to units on the ground. Lesson we draw directly from Ukrainian battlefield experience. When Taiwan had its first ever presidential election in 1996, after 37 years of martial law and one-party rule, we finally, for the first time, could vote and elect our own leader. China responds with missile tests and military drill. China has been doing this repeatedly over the year, and unfortunately, we must continue to invest in national defense to ensure our society remains resilient in the face of coercion. Taiwan remains committed to maintain the state code. We will not provoke or seek to disrupt the state code. We will not submit to coercion either. We must be clear about that. Chinese intention to coerce us and threaten us to push us into submission to their political system will not work. At the same time, we understand our responsibilities to fortify our public will to defend our way of life and our freedom. Just 3 weeks ago, Taiwan concluded its 10 days Hangguang military exercise, the largest and the longest it has ever held, demonstrating with resolve and readiness. Lastly, I want to emphasize the mutual understanding collaboration with international partnership are essential. In Taiwan, we uphold the principle of peace through strength. We don't seek conflict, but we cannot deter aggression alone. We must deepen partnership that help preserve peace, democracy, and stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, they're reinforcing Taiwan's determination to defend itself, also the 4 pillars of Taiwan's approach to defending against China's threats, stretching from space technologies to AI, critical infrastructure, subsea cables. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. So now we will open up the floor to questions from our audience. When you take the microphone, can you state your name and your title or organization and who you want to address the question to? We have about 35 25, 30 minutes. Gentleman over here.
Hello, once again, Dominic Yang from University of Missouri in the United States. I work in the history department. Now, I have one question, and this question is for Professor Carrie Gershonak. So, my question is this: how do you? Because I think for your argument, right? I agree with your argument of calling the CCP aggression, this hybrid warfare, as a total political warfare that will take the state, the totality of the state effort to be able to basically correct it. But my question is this: because the United States is a democracy and Taiwan is a democracy, how does the government or the person doing this come up with effective strategy to persuade people? Because I think that we have all encountered this, right? In the United States, when you say to them about the CCP threat, they'll be like, there's no threat. The only threat that I see is the state violence or the state authoritarian way, or you're doing this because of certain political purpose. And so I can't feel the threat, but meanwhile, I can see that you're the party or you're the government that's being authoritarian. And I think another example is the recent recall elections in Taiwan. The recall was defeated because a large portion of Taiwanese people feel that way. They feel no threat at all from China. So sorry that I, over 30 seconds, that's the question. How do you persuade people?
No problem. Okay. So how do we persuade people in a democracy, Carrie? We're not an autocracy where we can simply make people do things the way that we want them to.
All right, I got the question. Look, just because we're democracies, we're under no obligation to commit national suicide. All right? We have 1 million PhDs amongst all the countries represented in this room. We have a lot of intelligent people. So they get paid to think. And oftentimes we paid for those PhDs with our tax dollars. Okay? How about some payback? You're getting all this education. Now turn it around and fight this totalitarian genocidal regime that is genuinely an existential threat to our way of life, our values, our faith, our families, all those things that we value. Get in the fight, okay? It's not that hard. We have done that. We won what we thought we won the first Cold War. We're in this, we can debate the terminology of what Cold War, what we're in right now. But the point is, we got complacent. Berlin Wall falls, Soviet Union collapses. Start throwing out all this education in our universities. Even National Defense University, not one U.S. military education institute teaches political warfare, okay? Doesn't teach the CCP. And those who taught about it until very recently were very soft. Oh, they're our partners. We need them. No kidding. And it was very intentional. We actually unearthed the spies and the other agents of influence who were deans in our defense institutions, et cetera, but they were actually agents of the CCP, deflating the threat, telling everybody that it's okay. We're, the peaceful rise of China, although the MSS, that deception, 33-decade deception operation that Alex Joske, amongst others, what Joske did at the best, exposed that very, very effective strategic deception campaign for the past 4 decades. They were the ones propagating it within our walls, okay? So it just takes leadership. It takes the decision that we're going to fight, and then it's putting people in place, people or policy, put people in place who will implement it, like Alex Gray and Dave Stilwell and Matt Pottinger in the first Trump administration, Mike Pompeo. They were on the track to a good counter-political warfare strategy, Kennan-esque. They ran out of time, and certainly the following administration. Blinken outlawed the term political warfare, and State Department. If you can't name the threat, you can't conceptualize how to defeat it. He outlawed the term political warfare. Okay, so everything that was achieved up to that point largely washed away. You were forced out if you did not buy into the prevailing ideology. Okay, so a lot of people were purged in effect from senior leadership positions. So, but again, democracies have all kinds of capacity. We have the capacity to go into Hollywood. You say, what you're describing is absolutely correct, that the American public sees the spy next door. If you remember that Jackie Chan propaganda film, if it's a CCP spy living next door to you, that's cool, because he'll take care of you. He'll take care of your child, and he's a funny guy. CCP runs Hollywood. That's well documented, and they'll admit it. CCP gets final cut on the scripts there. Well, what molds the culture in the minds of America and the rest of the world? It's movies that come out of Hollywood more than, say, education in classrooms and what mom and dad teaches you, movies and songs and that sort of thing. So we have control over that. We can do it in a way that is consistent with democratic values. We would have lost World War II if we had not been able to do that and yet retain our democratic values. Hopefully that answers your question, because there's a bell ringing in my head saying I'm over 30 seconds.
Thank you, Kerry. Just as a follow-up to that, I'd like to bring Elizabeth in, just on the same topic. So the question is pointing, obviously, to the limitations of liberal democracies, which you had also hinted on. Kerry has said that greater leadership and education is the answer. Do you believe that whole of society approach is possible against the hybrid warfare of totalitarian state as China? And are there examples? I mean, is Ukraine an example of that?
Well, first of all, a shout out to our Ukrainian friends who have demonstrated and keep demonstrating what a resource the general public is, in their case, in time of war. But I firmly believe that it's possible even in conflicts less intense than a full-scale war. And our Ukrainian friends have had the misfortune of having to build that up, most of it up, during a war. But we have the opportunity, the countries that are not, have not been invaded so far, have the opportunity to use that time, and hopefully there'll never be an invasion, but short of an invasion, we'll have to live with grace and aggression. We have the opportunity to build up such structures. And the great thing is that people love living in our countries. They love the system, they love the freedom, they love the prosperity and so forth. And so they have an incentive to be part of it. And they are also, because we are free countries, they have the right and the opportunity to figure out for themselves how they might like to get involved. We don't have to have our governments instructing everybody what to do, and we have seen it in Ukraine with, for example, the Samaritans, which was a grassroots initiative. So the challenge, though, is that you can't have a sort of a hodgepodge of various initiatives operate on their own. You have to have a command and control structure if it's going to work and be a comprehensive and compelling system that you can then use, that you can highlight in your signaling to the potential adversary. And so it has to be brought into a command and control system for reasons of knowing who does what when it comes to for example, first response and crisis response, but also when it comes to education, disinformation, or literacy, information literacy, disinformation training, those kinds of things. So who should be in charge of that? Who is the coordinator? And different countries have tried different ways of doing it. And no country has a perfect model so far. But the point is that it doesn't have to be all instructed by the government, all of it. It just, the government needs to coordinate it somehow. But people have it, I think, within themselves to come up with solutions. And by the way, I would love to see sort of an open call here in Taiwan or elsewhere, the government issuing an open call for ideas for what could be done. Who knows what people will come up with that you haven't thought of, that I haven't thought of, that President Lai hasn't thought of, and officials, members of parliament. Who knows what people would come up with? And I think even better than that, ask teenagers who are a constituency, they are the constituency that will carry our societies forward, what sort of ideas they have for what can be done. And I'm pretty sure many teenagers will have thought of something that I haven't thought of, simply because they have a different mindset and live their lives differently. So let's ask them. Let's have a competition, in fact, for the best ideas.
We should. Great, building ownership there across the society. Sana Hashmi had a question over here.
Thank you, Yin. I am Sana Hashmi. I'm from Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation. My question is for Dan. You mentioned that China has been trying to redefine terms of engagement when it comes to Taiwan, and US could have been more proactive, more decisive when Pelosi was visiting Taiwan. I want to bring to your attention that India was one country that was actually very supportive of Taiwan at that point of time. China issued letters demarche to members of parliaments and media asking not refer to Taiwan as a country and also not to engage Taiwan. And I think that has kindly gone unnoticed by the global community. But my question is, we are sitting in Asia and now we are seeing there are a lot of disruptions vis-a-vis trade war, multiple conflicts are ongoing. And we in Asia are very anxious about Trump's withdrawal from the Indo-Pacific. And specifically with Taiwan, I do believe that there are a lot of countries that might be able to resist that. They might be able to stand up to the challenge that they're facing right now. But the collateral damage will be Taiwan. There will be a lot of countries that are going to move towards normalizing ties with China. And that would mean that they have to maintain distance from Taiwan. So I want to ask you, how do you see Trump's approach towards the Indo-Pacific, and how do we have to see moving forward how the US is going to engage Taiwan and the countries in the Indo-Pacific? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We have 30 seconds. Yeah, okay. Thank you for your question and comment. You know, back to my basic point, which is the political nature of the competition over Taiwan. I think China won the round over Nancy Pelosi because next time we wanted to send a speaker, we didn't. And I think that illustrates my point, which is this is a competition over who gets to define Taiwan's status. This is a competition over what kind of relationship the United States is going to have with Taiwan. This is a competition over what kind of status Taiwan is going to have. And it's all meant in the context of political warfare to strike a blow against the Taiwan population. For China to sit back and say, haha, our threats worked, and these people, the United States, are never going to come to your defense if they can't even send their speaker next time around because they caved into our threats. And we have to be very well aware that that's the game that's going on. That's the main game that's going on. The military threats and the kinetic threats and the possibility of escalating to a kinetic is accompanying the primary political foundation of this competition, which is to redefine politics on Taiwan. In terms of the future, look, the United States is a mixed bag when it comes to Biden, when it comes to Trump on Taiwan. So, Biden said 4 times, we're going to defend Taiwan, and lost an opportunity to explain to the American people why that was important, right? In terms of political mobilization, in terms of pushing back against China's propaganda, in terms of pushing back against China's definition that the United States and Taiwan are the provocateurs, we lost a massive opportunity to say, why is it that we will defend Taiwan? We're going to defend, the status quo. We're not the provocateurs. China wants war. We don't. All those things are part of how you defeat this political warfare context, and I think we need more of that going forward. But fundamentally, the United States has to understand, I think my country has to understand, that this is not about simply deterring a conventional conflict, this ongoing threat to Taiwan every day to demoralize it, we can lose that and lose the Taiwan's democracy before a shot's even fired.
Thank you, Dan. There was a question over here.
Thank you, Inga. I'm Domingo Yang from INDSR. I have a question for Professor Christian, and I hope Dan can also comment on it. Sir, I really appreciate your distinctions between strategic intimidation and also direct confrontation. So I wonder, when Chinese warship in this February of this year, they were conducting live firing drills in the Tasman Sea in between New Zealand and Australia, causing civilian flights reroute, and these Chinese warship even circumnavigate the entire Australia. Will you consider this as a strategic intimidation or direct confrontation? And also, when the Albanese government complained about this to Beijing, Beijing replied that they were surprised because these exercises were conducted in the so-called high sea, so that they should be legally grounded. And Beijing says that since Australia can conduct the exercises in the South China Sea, why can't Beijing conduct the exercises in the Tasman Sea? My question is, how can we push back such Chinese narratives? And this part, I really hope Dan can also jump in and comment on it. Thank you.
Christian.
Thank you so much for the question. It's a great one. And before I get started, I would like to push a little bit back against the overly use of the term warfare or hybrid warfare. Let's not forget that some of these things that we're talking here about are in the domain of diplomacy, including multilateral diplomacy. Some of the things that we're talking about here are also in the realm of international law, right? All of that matters, and that brings me to the question of the exercises in a second. Let's also not forget that democratic values also mean to adhere to peaceful diplomacy, that it means to live up to multilateralism and to adhere international law. And when I'm saying international law, that not only means to what we hear a lot of times, most recently, to defend international law, but also to make new international law when it is required. And that was earlier on one of my key arguments, that the gray zone space urgently needs attention in terms of making new international laws that can actually cope with it. Right now, this does not seem to be particularly popular, and one of the reasons for that is if there's something that a global hegemon doesn't like, then it is more international law. If there's something that a small island state or small or middle power urgently needs, then it is not necessarily the attention of the hegemon, but then it is international law. That is preliminary remarks. Now let's come to the question of the exercise. If you look into the law of the sea, there are two different interpretations in terms of the freedom to hold exercises. There's the argument, and that is largely promulgated by the United States, that exercises fall under freedom of navigation, and you have to inform the coastal state of your intention to conduct exercises. Now, then there are other countries, and that includes Vietnam, that includes Ireland, for instance, that are not so keen on having exercises in their exclusive economic zones. In the Irish case, it was the Russian Navy that wanted to conduct a live fire exercise in the exclusive economic zone. And for the case of Vietnam, you can guess. Right? So if we're analyzing Chinese exercises, we always have to keep in mind, what version of the law of the sea do we want? Do we want to have the version where there's the freedom to conduct exercises promoted by the United States? Or is it the more restricted version of the law of the sea, where the coastal states have much more power? I think it's a super important question. It's one of these many unresolved tensions in the law of the sea. And As many of you might know here in the room, one of the key problems of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea is that we don't have a body through which we can internationally meet and interpret the law of the sea. We only have a General Assembly, a resolution and annual, and we have the UN Security Council. That is a problem that actually needs fixing, where we're going to discuss the question and develop the answer of how we want to interpret the law of the sea. So this is basically at stake. Just saying that this is gray zone warfare doesn't take us basically anywhere. We need to ask, how do we want to interpret this in terms of the law of the sea, and do we think it's illegal? But then, we have to move to the other interpretation, the non-American interpretation. So that is an answer, but I'm pretty sure there will be also other opinions on this.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, China weaponizes the law for political warfare purposes. No other way to put it. I mean, I've worked at Department of Defense when the United States was lawfully exercising and was lawfully operating in the exclusive economic zone, and China rammed an EP-3 in the Hainan Island, and that's just the tip of the spear. I mean, they've been doing this for 25 years, so there's no international law solution to China's weaponizing of the law for political and military purposes. On the Tasman Sea, the Chinese just aren't telling the truth. The idea that this is somehow tied to provocations in the South China Sea, where the Australians are lawfully operating freedom of navigation, is just simply not true. That the Chinese were caught or wanted to be caught recently in their operations around Australia, but they've been operating around Australia for years now. The Australians have been one of the reasons the Australians got so mobilized is not just the internal political influence campaign they found, but the fact that the PLA is operating more and more around Oceania, for military and political purposes. So it's being highlighted, and the Chinese are making another specious argument so that the West can wrap itself around in circles about who's acting lawfully and who's not acting lawfully. But the fact of the matter is the PLA wants to act unlawfully inside and around Oceania in order to control the second island chain.
Yes,
One
sure.
thing regarding the exercise you mentioned in Irish waters, it had an interesting continuation, that case. So the Irish government didn't want the Russians to exercise and asked politely, please, can you not exercise in our economic zone? And the Russians said, well, we'll do as we like. We are not in the business of adhering to your polite requests or polite pleas. So then, I guess some people in the room may remember what happened, but it's such a good story to tell and to remember, because it illustrates the power of wider society. So Irish fishermen who fish in these waters, when they heard there was going to be an exercise, that obviously meant that they would not be able to fish there. They would lose significant income. So they said, we will not put up with the Russian exercise in our fishing waters. And they said, we're going to sail out and sail 24 hours a day. So essentially preventing the Russians from conducting their exercise. And that's precisely what happened. The Russians had to head home, exercise uncompleted, not even initiated. And to me, that illustrated the power of wider society in coming up with solutions. But there is, as you say, Christian, a drawback to that, which is that if our navies were to want to exercise in another country's exclusive economic zone, and that country said, no, we don't want you to exercise there, and then their fishermen may sail out on their behalf and say, well, we are going to fish here, and that will prevent you from conducting your exercise. So there is always that side to consider if we try to be innovative. We, our governments, or indeed parts of our societies, try to be innovative in applying UNCLOS.
And that is actually a fascinating insight, because, of course, China regularly uses maritime militia. So it's a kind of mirroring of a response, isn't it? Although for them, obviously, it's got a different flavor to it. Well, we unfortunately have to wrap it up there. I'd like us all to give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much, and thank you for all your questions today.
Thank you. Once again, let's thank Ms. Kavat and all our panelists for a wonderful session. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break. The afternoon's keynote speech will begin at 3:50. Please return to your seat by then and allow us to start the next session timely. We have prepared some refreshments and beverages out at the hallway, and please be advised to keep your valuables with you at all times. Thank you.
No matter how hard it gets, don't regress, 'cause you're blessed.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is about to begin shortly. I'd like to invite all of you to please take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. I'd like to invite all of you to please take your seats so we can begin our next session timely. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the afternoon's keynote speech. So I'd like to invite all of you to please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our forum. We will now begin the afternoon's keynote speech, and please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, the Honorable François de Huji, and our host, Ambassador François Wu Zhizhong, the Deputy Minister of MOFA, Taiwan, to the stage. Please give them a big round of applause. Welcome. Welcome. Please join us on stage. And now I'd like to invite Mr. de Huji to take a seat and Ambassador François Wu Zhizhong to give us an introduction. Welcome.
Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, 各位女士先生，大家午安 ，Bonjour, good afternoon. It is a great privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for this afternoon session, the Honorable François de Rugy. He is an exceptional leader, a dedicated advocate for Taiwan-France relations, and a personal friend, un ami auquel je tiens beaucoup. During my 6 years serving as Taiwan's ambassador to France, I had the honor of witnessing firsthand Francois' outstanding leadership and his unwavering support for democratic values. As Ministre d'État, Minister of State, number 2 in the French government, he received then Minister Gong Mingxin of Taiwan's National Development Council. The first time a French Minister of State welcomed a Taiwanese ministerial level official in his ministry in France. A gesture that spoke volumes about his friendship and support for democratic Taiwan. Francois has also served as president of the National Assembly and multiple terms as a member of parliament. This experience has made him a strong and a respected voice for reform and progress, not only in France, but also around the world, and very much here in Taiwan. As a friend of Taiwan, Francois has played a vital role in strengthening the partnership between our two nations. He first visited Taiwan in 2016 during his tenure as a Vice President of the National Assembly, marking the beginning of a deep and a lasting engagement. In 2020, he became chairman of the National Assembly's France-Taiwan Parliamentary Friendship Group, working tirelessly to foster closer relations. Thanks to his leadership, in 2021, the French National Assembly overwhelmingly passed its first ever resolution supporting Taiwan's participation in international organizations. Later that year, Francois returned to Taiwan to further solidify our ties. Today, Francois will draw on years of experience to analyze the current geopolitical landscape and explore strategies to address global challenges. I am confident that his insight will help us navigate the complexities ahead and advance our shared vision. And now, please join me in giving a warm welcome to the Honorable François de Rigy, a true fan of Team Taiwan and Team Freedom. François, sache que ton amitié compte beaucoup pour nous. Merci. 谢谢大家. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Wu. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable François de Rigy for his speech. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Tan Sun Chen, thank you for your invitation to speak on this Ketagalan forum. Dear Minister, Deputy Minister François Chi-Chung-Wu, thank you for your words. You are a friend for me. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to address you today in Taiwan at this international conference dedicated to geopolitical issues in the Indo-Pacific region. From the perspective of Europe and France, the challenges facing this region of the world have long seemed distant. They have long been underestimated. Today, world leaders have realized that part of the future of the balance of power between Asia and the West, between the powers of the 20th century and the rising powers of the 21st century, is being played out in this region. I think this awareness is now shared by the peoples in Europe. From France's perspective, the balance in the region is now seen as strategic for global equilibrium. And maintaining the status quo for Taiwan is clearly perceived as very important for a geopolitical standpoint for the world and as a strategic issue, including from an economic standpoint for Europe. As far as France is concerned, I must say that this awareness has been accelerated by the work of François Chi-Chung-Wu, my friend, who was Taiwan's ambassador to France for 6 years and now Taiwan's Deputy Minister for European Affairs. I would like to point out that also I was president of the National Assembly in France and then Minister of the French Republic in the government of Prime Minister Edouard Philippe, appointed by President Emmanuel Macron, I am speaking today in a personal capacity. I would like to share with you an analysis of the geostrategic challenges facing the Indo-Pacific region from the perspective of a French and European politician. In Europe, after the Second World War, we defended the free world alongside the United States of America against the Soviet Union and the countries of the communist bloc. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 90s, it seems that the free world had won. It was thought that liberal democracy would triumph everywhere, aided by growth created by the development of the market economy and global free trade. In addition to the collapse of the communist bloc, apartheid was ended in South Africa. Even the Israelis and Palestinians signed a peace agreement in Oslo in 1993. Some in Europe believed that the development of capitalism in China would gradually bring about change in the communist political regime. It was a period of hope in Europe, hope of peace, democracy, and liberty. However, the brutal crushing of student protests in Tiananmen Square in 1989 served as a warning about the nature of the regime that had no intention of allowing any political democratization. More broadly, since the early of the 2000s, new threats to world peace as well as to freedom and democracy have emerged. These threats had never been greater than they are today. While we are no longer in the 80s, when US President Ronald Reagan spoke of a battle between the axis of good and the axis of evil, we must nevertheless ask ourselves, should we not support each other? We democratic countries that are equally committed to political and economic freedoms. Opposing democracies today is an axis of powers that want to resist the spread of individual freedom and democracy and do not hesitate to use force not only against their own people but also against their neighbors. This is a hard lesson to be learned from Russia's military aggression against Ukraine in 2022. Ukraine has shown that it's possible to resist with international support, still insufficient today. But Russia is also demonstrating that it can wage a long war even with heavy economic and political sanctions. Russia can sustain this war because it has powerful allies such as China. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China recently issued a statement in which it affirmed for the first time that for China, Russia cannot lose the war in Ukraine. This is the first time there has been such a clear statement of an axis between China and Russia, including on the issue of the war in Ukraine. Russia and China may share a worldview based on imperialistic logic that seeks to rebuild itself by force, ignoring universal human rights values and international law. For these states, relations between states are based solely on power relations, and certain neighboring states are vassalized or made dependent. These states do not hesitate to use techniques of interference or destabilization in democracies, particularly through social medias. This is regularly the case in France on the part of Russia, including in election campaigns. This is also being carried out on a large scale in Africa, in countries that had security agreements with France. These agreements have often been broken and replaced by agreements with Russia. China is also exerting strong pressure or financing movements aimed at weakening France in New Caledonia, for example. Beyond its axis with China, Russia can also rely on the support of Iran and North Korea. The BRICS countries have not broken off political and economic relations either. This creates serious concern for the near future. The logic of state will imposed by military force is once again taking precedence over international rules. More open conflicts are resuming between Israel and Palestine since the Hamas attack on October the 7th, 2023, between India and Pakistan recently, between Thailand and Cambodia just a few days ago. Added to this threat from non-democratic powers is a threat of radical political Islam, which has been developing for more than 30 years. From Afghanistan to West Africa, a political vision of fundamentalist Islam is developing and gaining power. Many countries have been weakened or destabilized. Regional powers such as Turkey have grown stronger. Iran has been weakened by Israeli and US bombing a few weeks ago, but the Islamic Republic of Iran is not completely isolated and has many resources and alliances, notably with Russia. Radical political Islam has supporters in many European countries that were hit hard by the attacks 10 years ago. The threat hasn't disappeared and remains strong. Radical political Islam shares with non-democratic powers a rejection of humanism, individual rights and freedoms, and democracy as a political system. The threat of the effects of global warming is also growing. While it's still possible to slow down climate change, it's no longer possible to escape it. This may destabilize some countries more than others due to the effects on agricultural production or certain form of housing. It weakens economies around the world. It's fueling tensions over mineral resources such as rare earth metals or uranium. Finally, threats to progress in free trade have become more apparent since the election of Donald Trump as President of the United States of America. By refusing to reciprocate trade and subsidizing its industry to dominate certain markets, China had already contributed to the imbalance in global trade. The number and scale of these threats have begun to prompt a response from Western powers, particularly with regard to the importance of military power. This will represent a growing cost in governments' budgets in the coming years, particularly in Europe. It's inevitable. This is also particularly true in the Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific region is at the heart of these challenges. There are strategic rivalries, military threats, crucial economic flows, and major environmental challenges. It can also be considered one of the regions of the world where the future of universal values such as democracy, individual freedoms, and the rule of law is at stake. If we consider these values to be universal, then they must be defended here as they are in Europe, America, and Africa. And we must defend the rule of law over force as well as free and fair economic exchange. The Indo-Pacific region has become a nerve center of international relations. It's home to more than half of the world's population, a growing share of global trade, and essential shipping lanes, including the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea, through which approximately 40% of the European Union foreign trade passes. For several years now, tensions have been growing in the region. This is fueled by China's rivalries between China and the United States, North Korea's nuclear ambition, and territorial disputes in the East and South China Seas. China is becoming increasingly aggressive and threatening towards Taiwan, with several statements by President Xi Jinping expressing more and more directly the prospect of a takeover of Taiwan by military force. This threat is taken very seriously here. This threat must be taken seriously by the rest of the world. It's increasingly perceived in Europe and particularly in France as one of the greatest threats of the coming years. The war launched by Russia against Ukraine shows that this is possible. France, as an Indo-Pacific power, thanks to its overseas territories as New Caledonia, French Polynesia, Wallis and Futuna, and the European Union as a major economic and normative actor, have a direct interest in promoting peace and stability in this region. These interests are not limited to maritime or economic security, but also include the defense of a rules-based international order in which democracy and freedoms occupy a central place. Since 2018, under the leadership of President Macron, France has developed an ambitious Indo-Pacific strategy based on 3 pillars: security and defense, economic cooperation, and multilateralism. For a very long time, French governments consider that France's strategic priorities lay in Europe, the Mediterranean Sea, the Middle East, and Africa. At a time when the stakes for global stability in the Indo-Pacific region have become clearer, France has seen its allies in Africa turn away and break their military agreements. The political and economic decline in France's influence in Africa has led France to turn more towards the Indo-Pacific region. It now has the opportunity to deploy more military resources there from its overseas territories, but also by participating in joint actions with Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, and by developing its tie with India. President Macron has made official visits to India or Indonesia to sign major arms contracts. This year, the president of Indonesia was invited to the military parade of France National Day. In 2023, the guest of honor of the French president was the Prime Minister of India. As a maritime power, France plays a key role in defending freedom of navigation and overflight, fundamental principles of international law as defined by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. In partnership with allies, the regular deployments of the French Navy, including its aircraft carrier, nuclear submarines, and multi-mission frigates, sent a clear message. France is committed to preserving access to shared spaces and countering any attempt at coercion, particularly in areas of tension such as the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea. However, France is taking a nuanced approach, seeking to avoid a bloc mentality between China and the United States. This stance, described as a balancing power by President Macron, aims to limit the risks of escalation while firmly defending the principle of international law. But I have to say this position has been criticized in France. I believe it's urgent and more effective to strengthen cooperation, including military cooperation with powers that share the same values in the region, starting with Japan, South Korea, and Australia. France promotes inclusive multilateralism by supporting institutions such as the Associations of Southeast Asian Nations and the Pacific Islands Forum. These platforms help strengthen regional cooperation and promote common standards based on respect for human rights and democracy. In addition, France is involved in initiatives to combat disinformation and cyber attacks with threatened democratic processes, particularly in Taiwan, where resilience to Chinese disinformation campaigns is a crucial issue. We know that French territories such as New Caledonia have been and will continue to be targets for China in the future. Although historically less present in the Indo-Pacific than France, the European Union adopted an Indo-Pacific strategy in 2021 that reflects a growing awareness of regional issues. This strategy emphasizes prosperity, sustainability, security, and governance with a clear commitment to democratic values. The European Union recognizes that stability in the Taiwan Strait is essential not only for regional security, but also for global economic prosperity. In 2022, the European Parliament adopted a resolution condemning any Chinese military aggression against Taiwan and affirming that the European Union and Taiwan are like-minded partners united by the values of freedom, democracy, and respect for human rights. This position marks a significant shift, with the European Union adopting a firmer tone in the face of Chinese attempts to unilaterally change the status quo. However, the European Union remains cautious, avoiding directly provoking China, with which it maintains crucial economic relations. This caution reflects differences between member states, with some favoring a more conciliatory approach toward Beijing, while others, such as the Baltic states and the Czech Republic, have taken a firmer stance in support of Taiwan. Many European Union member states, including France, often fear the economic retaliation that China could take. The European Union's Indo-Pacific strategy is part of its broader ambition for strategic autonomy. Recent geopolitical upheavals, notably the war in Ukraine and Donald Trump's return to the US presidency, have intensified the debate on the need for Europe to develop autonomous capabilities to defend its interests. In the Indo-Pacific, this translates into stronger partnerships with regional democracy such as Japan, Australia, and Taiwan, as well as greater participation in multilateral initiatives. This must be one of the priorities for cooperation between the EU member states and the United Kingdom, which has a long-standing presence in the Indo-Pacific with a region through the Commonwealth. This also raises the question of an alliance with the United States of America in this region. The bad memory for France of Australia's cancellation of its contract to purchase French submarines in favor of American submarines should not obscure the fact that our interests are linked and our vision are very similar. Taiwan occupies a central place in the geopolitical dynamics of the Indo-Pacific. As a pluralistic and consolidated democracy, Taiwan is a counter-model to the authoritarianism of the People's Republic of China. With an increasingly assertive national identity, 60% of Taiwanese consider themselves exclusively Taiwanese, according to a 2019 poll, and widespread rejection of the one country, two system model proposed by Beijing, Taiwan embodies the values of freedom and popular sovereignty. Taiwan is also a major economic and technological player, thanks in particular to its leaderships in the production of semiconductors, which are essential for the global economy. Its geostrategic position at the heart of the first island chain makes it a key point for restricting the People's Republic of China's access to the Pacific. The destabilization of Taiwan would have dramatic repercussions on global supply chains and regional security. This must be considered unacceptable by the countries of the European Union. This must be also affirmed jointly with the United Kingdom, the United States of America, and all countries in the region that share this vision. The People's Republic of China is stepping up its pressure on Taiwan through military means such as regular overflights of its airspace and invasion exercises, and through economic means such as trade and political restriction, seeking to maintain diplomatic isolation and deter any state from establishing political ties with Taiwan. Even in France, When we speak out on Taiwan or participate in high-level political meetings, such as during the visit to France of former President Tsai, or for participation in this conference today, we are pressured by Chinese authorities not to participate. The French Ministry of Foreign Affairs also comes under pressure every time a Taiwanese government official visits France. This pressure and these threats from China pose a major risk to peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, a crucial passageway for global trade. France and the European Union, aware of these risks, call for constructive dialogue and the preservation of the status quo while supporting Taiwan's right to participate in multilateral forums. I myself had a resolution to its effect adopted by the French Parliament at the end of 2021. Defending democracy and freedoms in the Indo-Pacific is not only a moral imperative, but also a prerequisite for regional stability. Democracies such as Taiwan, Japan, Australia are natural partners for France and the European Union, sharing a common vision of rules-based international order. The question of greater cooperation between France and Taiwan on military equipment arises from the need to help Taiwan deter China from attacking it, or in the event of an attack to help it defend itself. France and the European Union must intensify their partnerships with Indo-Pacific democracies by supporting initiatives such as Taiwan's new southbound policy, which has doubled trade with Southeast Asian countries between 2016 and 2022. These partnerships must include cultural, educational, and technological exchanges in order to strengthen ties between civil societies and promote democratic values. I strongly believe in the importance of strengthening economic ties between Taiwan and France, and more broadly the European Union. We must develop trade between our two regions, but also Taiwanese investment in Europe and European investment in Taiwan. This is what creates concrete solidarity when threats are more pressing. The fight against climate change and the best ways to adapt to it are also a race for further cooperation. Even though our energy systems are different, we can work together to develop competitive technologies for decarbonization. France, United Kingdom, United States, Japan, South Korea are among the world's leading countries in nuclear technology for electricity generation. There will be new technological developments in the nuclear technology to meet more diverse energy needs in order to avoid the use of coal in the future. We also have a shared duty and interest in not allowing China to dominate the global market for renewable energies, particularly solar panel and electric car batteries. Disinformation and cyber attacks, often orchestrated by authoritarian actors, pose a direct threat to democracies. Taiwan, in particular, is a prime target for Chinese disinformation campaigns. France and the European Union can play a key role by sharing their expertise on cybersecurity and combating disinformation, thereby strengthening the resilience of regional democracies. Finally, France and the European Union must advocate for greater inclusion of Taiwan in international organizations such as the World Health Organization and the World Trade Organization, where Taiwan has already demonstrated its commitment to open and rules-based trade. Such inclusion would strengthen Taiwan's legitimacy on the international stage and contribute to regional stability. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indo-Pacific region faces significant and unprecedented security challenges. In the face of geopolitical rivalries, environmental challenges and threats to democracy, France and the European Union must play their role in defending the free world. By promoting a multidimensional approach that combines security, economic cooperation, and multilateralism, we can contribute to peace and stability while defending the universal values of democracy and freedom. The history of the 20th century has taught us that there is no inevitability to the victory of authoritarian regimes. Taiwan, with its democratic model and resilience in the face of authoritarian pressure, is an essential partner in this endeavor. By strengthening our ties with Taiwan and other democracies in the region, supporting a rules-based international order, and avoiding the pitfall of bloc logic, we can build a future where peace and prosperity prevail. Let us be clear about the threats and act with determination to ensure that peace and freedom prevail. Thank you for your attention and long life for the free world.
Thank you, Mr. Taguchi, for your excellent keynote speech. Please return to your seat in the audience. Thank you very much. And at the same time, Deputy Minister Wu will be leaving us due to a prior commitment. But ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking him for his presence today and for his contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please thank Deputy Minister Wu for hosting several sessions today. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will in a while proceed to the panel discussion 3 titled Impacts of Economic, Technological, and Industrial Diplomacy on International Politics. Now, there will be 5 panelists in this session, respectively, from France, Poland, Slovakia, and Taiwan. And in a while, I will be inviting all our panelists and also our moderator upstage to join us and take a seat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to first introduce our moderator of panel 3, Mr. Zhou Haoling Thompson Cho, the chair of Taiwan Foreign Correspondents Club. And please give him a big round of applause. Welcome. Please join us on stage. Welcome. And now I'd like to also invite all our panelists to join us on stage together. Please come up stage and take a seat. Welcome. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all our panelists a big round of applause. Welcome. Please take a seat. And now I turn the floor over to Mr. Zhou. Welcome.
Thank you for the introduction. Welcome to the 3rd panel today, Impacts of Economic, Technological, and Industrial Diplomacy on International Affairs. As just introduced just now, I'm Thompson, chair of the Taiwan Foreign Correspondents Club and a correspondent with Nikkei Asia. I will quickly and briefly introduce our distinguished speakers today. I think on my immediate right, would be Stefan Korkov, Associate Professor of Political Science, Lyon Institute of Political Studies in France. And further to my right is Weronika Jakubczak, an Associate Professor at the Main School of Fire Services in Poland. Right to her is Matej Szymałczyk, Executive Director of the think tank Central European Institute of Asian Studies in Slovakia. And beside him is Tristan Liu, President of the Taipei University of Marine Technology. And last but not least, we have Holmes Liao, former McDonnell Douglas Aerospace representative in Taiwan. As we have seen today with a number of panels and keynote sessions, there has been unprecedented attention on Taiwan in recent years, not just about Taiwan's chips and the threats Taiwan is facing, but also what Taiwan and the government here intend to do in terms of diplomacy and their economic, defense, and security policies. I want to start with a quote from Ghost Nation, a new book recently published by the veteran Taiwan-focused correspondent Chris Horton. In the book's introduction, The author cited Foreign Minister Lin Jialong's words, and I quote, "Beyond semiconductors, Taiwan could serve as a manufacturing hub for drones and other military equipment that the US and other countries are struggling to produce at scale," the foreign minister said. The author then added that it seems that the Lai administration's approach to the second Trump era is to position itself as a proactive partner. And I would say that this is not only limited to Taiwan's relations with America, but also with Europe, with Japan, with South and Southeast Asia and beyond. Minister Lin has made economic diplomacy a core part of his flagship initiative, pushing for more trade and commerce overseas and leveraging Taiwan's technology and industrial might abroad. He has also sought to put that into practice by visiting a dozen countries in the first half a year as foreign minister, including accompanying President Lai to the Pacific Islands via Guam and Hawaii, also to Europe with a delegation of drone companies, and more recently to the US and Japan. And I think with that, I will now invite speakers to give their opening remarks, perhaps starting with Matej. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Thompson, for the introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to join you here today. I think that I like the quote that you've shared right now, right? That Taiwan has a lot to offer, and oftentimes we have been reducing Taiwan merely to the idea of semiconductor cooperation, while there's many more areas of economic cooperation where both European countries and Taiwan can work together much more closely. And not just in terms of economic diplomacy, but also in terms of policy coordination when it comes to economic security policy as well, where both sides have quite a bit to learn from each other. And I want to focus on this aspect a little bit more in my introductory remarks. Talking of economic security and the EU's approach and what it can learn from Taiwan, I think we need to go a little bit back in time and actually understand where the EU's economic security turn has emerged from, because for many years EU has been quite negligent in this area. It had a very positive outlook on trade cooperation and investment cooperation with China until certain wake-up calls happened. And the first major one happened in Germany around 2015, where one of the crown jewels of German economy, the robotics company KUKA, all of a sudden stopped being a German company because it was taken over by Chinese investors. This, of course, needed some time to trickle down into the collective policy thinking within Europe, but since then we've seen EU doubling down on dealing with economic dependencies on China as well as other actors, but really bulk of the economic security policy of the EU has been focused on China. Of course, I don't think I need to talk much about the case of Lithuania, which was really the last major sort of watershed moment after which EU has, I think, no longer any major illusions about what kind of risks stem out of over-dependence on Chinese economy. Nevertheless, of course, the job of EU's economic security turn is not yet done, even though we've recently had adopted the economic security strategy in EU, which has pledged to upgrade our inbound and outbound investment screening mechanisms and looks at protecting various key technologies, both through research security measures as well as strengthening export control regimes and looking at preventing weaponization of supply chains by diversifying them and working with like-minded countries like Taiwan in establishing new value chains that would be free of this sort of undue influence of authoritarian regimes, including China. So if we want to move forward in our economic security thinking, we of course need to recognize that none of the democratic countries has actually fully figured out this space, right? each actor has its own strengths and weaknesses, different experiences, and exchanging best practices and lessons learned. Both the positive lessons as well as the negative lessons will be key to succeeding in developing efficient economic security policy. So when it comes to EU and what it can learn from Taiwan, I think there's quite a few areas where there's a space for better policy collaboration, which would of course be quite helpful for Taiwan, because it can serve as a springboard for deeper political dialogue between European Union and its member states on one hand and Taiwan. So one of them being the outbound investment screening. This is something that is still quite a novel idea within the European economic security thinking. We still lack a proper mechanism on this, even though it has been identified as one of the areas where EU needs to move forward down the line, especially when it comes to preventing proliferation of sensitive technologies out of EU to authoritarian regimes. Of course, Taiwan has had the outbound investment screening for quite some time, and there's a lot of lessons and practical lessons that EU can learn from Taiwan here, especially when it comes to identifying financial outflows out of EU to China, for example. Supply chain resilience, of course, is another key aspect where Taiwan has been really promoting this idea for collaboration for quite some time. But also other areas are quite important, I think. And one issue that's often overlooked in the broader discussions on economic security is actually talking about what to do once the economic coercion is already happening. And even though we've seen the EU moving in this area a little bit by adopting the anti-coercion mechanism, it still sort of doesn't have a response to how to, for example, help the victims of economic coercion. And this is something where I think EU can draw some inspiration from Taiwan, as Taiwan's been quite proactive historically when it came to helping the companies that were suffering due to economic coercion from China, for example. So think about the examples of aid and policy help that Taiwan was providing, for example, to the farmers that were being targeted by Chinese coercive measures. Of course, we cannot talk about economic security in isolation only. It is an issue that's actually very deeply connected to hybrid warfare as such, and FIMI operations by adversarial actors. And we've seen this time and time again, where actors like China have been conducting FIMI operations within EU with the aim to delegitimize any sort of dialogue about strengthening economic security measures, which means that we need to merge these two policy areas. And given Taiwan's extensive experience in countering Chinese influence operations, I think there's quite some space for also coordination in this area, which is already happening to some extent. Nevertheless, as I said in the beginning, this sort of learning trajectory needs to go both ways, right? It cannot be one-way street, and there's quite a few things, of course, that where EU can help Taiwan as well with its own economic security. One of the key issues, of course, being energy security, which remains to be probably one of the weaker links in Taiwan's overall resilience. Of course, there's been a good development over the past year in the wind-generated energy, where EU and Taiwan had, towards the end of last year, finally settled their WTO dispute, which will allow more proactive collaboration in this space. But also there is quite a lot of untapped geothermal energy potential in Taiwan, of course, being on the Pacific Rim of Fire, which is rather underused for now, and there's quite a few European companies that have expertise in developing geothermal energy, which could be a vital contribution to Taiwan's overall energy mix. Of course, this sort of economic collaboration between EU and Taiwan and economic security collaboration does not have to be only happening in this sort of bilateral fashion. there's quite a strong argument to be made also for its external dimension, and it was mentioned in the keynote before, collaboration between EU and Taiwan on exploring synergies between Global Gateway and the new southbound policy could be quite a big contribution to countering China's economic offer to the global south countries, which is a problem for both the EU and Taiwan. So I will stop here, I think, because my time is running out, but I think that there's quite a bit more that could be still explored, and you've mentioned drones before, so of course there's still a lot of opportunity to discuss economic cooperation in these areas besides the semiconductor industry, so that we can have more proactive thinking in terms of which industries would have most synergy that would be helpful for fulfilling not just the economic interests of both sides, but also broader geopolitical and security needs of both sides.
Thank you, Matej. Very good point about the potential for drones cooperation. I think I'll now turn to Stefan to give his opening remarks.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you very much. Chairman Chen and President Lai, dear Thompson, dear friends and colleagues, it's always very delicate when we're in Taiwan to be asked to discuss in front of you about matters that you know much better than we do. But it's a pleasure, though, because we know that you trust the ideas we could have from time to discuss with you common matters of common interest. So what I'm going to talk about today is the space that can be devoted to AI in military affairs, especially with the regard in the backdrop of China's modernizing military capabilities, gray zone tactics, and what we could call 2.0 political warfare. And that has led in recent years and months to artificial intelligence rapidly becoming central to both strategic planning and operational execution, and Taiwan is certainly no exception. AI can serve numerous goals in military affairs. I tried a little list of it. Collective massive information, analyzing them quickly, anticipating adverse decisions, help design and use of war games, detect early signs of decisions to attack or to launch offensives, help analyze the nature of the threat, detect and warn about dangerous patterns in the context of hybrid warfare, propose the adequate proportioned response to and avoid useless escalations, accelerate response times, operate autonomous systems, of course, whether lethal or non-lethal, and enhance ammunition supply, and even managing complex personnel issues like in Japan, including stress management with early anticipation of the morale of the troops, countering disinformation, debunking fake news, establishing internet sentinels. Well, the list is very long. The first point I will talk briefly about is the use of AI in the competition for strategic superiority, with an example in mind. First of all, the United States, which of course is leader in military AI innovation, with a program like Replicator aims at deploying thousands of inexpensive autonomous drones and systems to quickly saturate conflict zones. There is also in use recently a platform called ThunderForge that is using AI to process battlefield data in real time that is used by commanders already to make rapid decisions. Taiwan is not immune from this development, not being able or considering not being able to match China's conventional forces, then of course Taiwan is relying on high-tech solutions to build an asymmetrical deterrence and respond to aggression. The Ministry of National Defense in Taiwan has actively invested in military applications of artificial intelligence recently, with the development of virtual anchors, strengthening intelligence analysis, and improving the effectiveness of weapon systems such as drones, satellites, or missiles, and has established recently a National Defense Innovation Group. You've probably heard, if you live in Taiwan, about the massive investment in drone productions, with an order placed recently of, I think, 48,000 units. And the aim of developing AI is more generally for early warning systems, streamlining the chain of command, and using AI in military training exercises and stimulation, as we saw last month with the Hanguang exercises that were mentioned earlier today. But AI is also used in information warfare, and this is a domain in which Taiwan is obviously very concerned as a target of Chinese disinformation campaigns. AI can be used, this is no surprise to anyone, I suppose, to create fake content, to create deep fakes, and to launch targeted propaganda on social media, which are aimed always at polarizing public opinion or eroding trust of the citizen in democratic institutions. So if AI is used to produce these things, then AI can be used to counter them. And Taiwan is developing since many years already, several years, an AI-driven countermeasure series that can be quite useful for us outside in the other parts of the world to understand how is being experimented, an authoritarian digital strategy that is not, of course, the fact a strategy led by China only. We all know that Russia is experimenting the same thing, and we can try to trace back some connections between Russia and China. And there was quite a lot of discussion recently in Taiwan on an event when a certain president of a certain political party had harsh words on the President Lai, and that reminded us of some strategies initiated in the Russian capital. The last point I would like to address is the ethical issue of the military use in AI. Of course, it's the core issue, or one of the core issues. But first, I would like to switch to Japan. Initially, I wanted to make a comparison between Taiwan, Japan, and the United States in the difference of the use they make of AI. Then I had no time. But Japan is a specific case since it's a constitutionally pacifist country. It's not supposed to develop weapons for projections of troops outside of its boundaries, as you know, and is opposed very clearly to the use of AI in lethal autonomous weapons. However, Japan has still worked quite interestingly towards integration of AI into its cybersecurity and logistics systems and intelligence gathering efforts. And also, that's where I found this example, addressing personnel shortages. But Japan is the illustration, I think, of a wider debate that has yet to be held nationally and internationally, nationally in our nations, which is the ethical problems raised by the military use of AI, which is a question that is already addressed in Taiwan. The Ministry of National Defense in Taiwan has already quite worked a lot, as far as I know, about this, whereas we know that Taiwan, being a boundary front, could really think that there is no time for such debate, and there is a question here, and that will be my final point in 1 minute. So, of course, you probably all know that the question behind this ethical question behind what I'm talking about is whether a decision can be left to an autonomous weapon system which has lethal capabilities. Should we leave it to the decision to fire or not? And it's already one level of the problem. A sub-level of the problem, should we allow it to fire on civilians or soldiers only, etc.? This is a very tricky issue. Of course, discussions are underway in the United Nations, but there is no international consensus on that, on banning or regulating autonomous lethal weapons. This remains elusive. So for Taiwan, the issue is quite tricky because Taiwan has to defend itself, but as a democracy, so we could hope that Taiwan would uphold democratic norms, but it has to defend itself against an existential threat. This is not simple, which happens to originate in a neo-totalitarian country that most likely doesn't feel constrained legally or ethically in the use of AI in the decision made by autonomous weapon systems to shoot and potentially kill soldiers and civilians. And this is here in front of us on the other side of the Taiwan Strait. So the question is very tricky. And without a debate within the society and within the Congress, the Li Fayuan, should Taiwan, in case of an absolute emergency, resort to techniques that are used by the other side without establishing previously a legal cadre? Would democracy simply survive if the country survives and that people then are asking, why did you do that? That's probably perspective, but I think we have to raise the issue because, after all, President Lai did it in April this year with his 17-point 17项措施 addressing these issues without previous or obvious public consultation. But the thing is that the Taiwanese society and the Taiwanese Congress are highly divided on very tricky issues. It would have been probably difficult to lead such a public debate, but it's raising the issue whether Taiwan can or not trespass or avoid this step. This is really a very difficult question, but Taiwan is not alone in this because we are not in the US or in Europe in a position now to make significant progress on that issue. So I'm making a proposition, and time is up, I will finish on this. A proposition that I made last month, in June, in the Linyi Foundation, the Wilin基金会, that Taiwan could consider, it's just a suggestion of course, but could consider the idea of preliminary talks to organize in Taipei or in Taiwan an international conference to collectively reflect on the legal norms and ethical limits to the use of AI in lethal autonomous weapon system. That would be very useful for the world, and that would probably enable, if successful, Taiwan to shine globally for its contribution on this issue. That would also put pressure on China not to allow itself such use, though I'm not very optimistic. That would set standards, limits, and state what is legal and what is not legal, which, in other words, would decide in advance to render illegal future unruled AI usage by China in lethal military weapon. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, Stefan. You raised some very valid questions about the ethical and legal dilemmas Taiwan faces as it seeks to fend off coercion and threats from neighboring China. I think with that, I'll now turn to, on our right, Veronica, to give her address.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to the Prospect Foundation. It's an honor to be part of such a inspiring community. And I've been listening to the presentations of my colleagues with a lot of ideas. So once again, thank you everybody for the inspiration. And I would like to express my full support to the ideas, to the issues that were mentioned by two gentlemen in our panel. And I would like to also address what has been said before. And I'm very excited to hear more and more people expressing their support to strengthening the cooperation and thinking about something more than only capital gain. And coming from Poland, coming from Europe, it was very painful, yet very important lesson that we have learned ever since the war in Ukraine started. And it was, I hope, a final lesson that showed us that making bigger business, making better capital gains are important. At the same time, we have to focus on something that is called strategic autonomy. And there have been many ambassadors of this idea, of this phenomena, with the President Macron, just one person to mention. But I think what I have understood from the exposés today is that we have to think of something bigger, something that would fit in a new manifestation of globalization processes. And I'm a big proponent of supporting cooperation between the countries that share the same values, democratic values. And I also would like the economies to prosper, but why don't we, instead of focusing on cutting the costs and increasing the gain, the capital gain, why don't we try to combine the two, making the economy prosperous, at the same time, not thinking only about the money and the costs, but also trying to find the synergy where we, meaning democratic countries, stand up together, think about our resources, think about our capabilities, and not only create stronger economies, make more workplaces, protect our technologies, join our forces to make better technologies without creating vulnerabilities and increasing dependencies when it comes to our reliance on natural resources coming from non-democratic countries. Because we live in an era of gray zone conflict, hybrid conflict, and unfortunately, studying hybrid conflict, hybrid warfare, hybrid activities for a while, it has proven that non-democratic actors that are very often going hand in hand with non-state actors, they are exploiting what we create by ourselves. They don't really have to do much because we kind of serve them on a silver plate whatever they can work with. And there were so many important issues mentioned now. Old threats and new threats, new opium wars, for instance, with respect to fentanyl, our dependencies on energy, natural resources in general. So, as a Poland representative, I would like to highlight that as Poland, we are trying to do our best to increase economic exchange between Taiwan and Poland. And for instance, just the difference between the amount of unmanned aerial vehicles that we have purchased between the last year and this year has been enormous, because it has grown by 750%. And Poland is #1 purchaser of the unmanned aerial vehicles. So this is not only ideas I'm talking about, but I'm talking about concrete steps. It's difficult to talk much more about the diplomacy with the respect to technology, economy, and industry, because the presentation that my predecessors delivered were so complex. But I would also like to tackle the issue related to development of new technologies, green technologies. Many of us might know that they mainly rely on rare earth minerals. And I was really happy to hear the voice of the Canada representative stating that you are developing and, please correct me if I'm wrong, willing to share your resources, despite of the fact that this technology and excavation processing is very demanding on many levels, including the various kind of threats. At the same time, I would like to highlight that we have different technologies. When it comes to energy, there was mentioned geothermal, and we could really be focusing both as Europe or Taiwan in development of this technology. And when it comes to batteries, we not necessarily even need rare earth minerals or lithium, but we can, for instance, turn into technology that uses salt and water. So let's just be innovative. And I think that once we start thinking more comprehensively, without being so obsessed with economic growth and capital gain, we can really focus more on sustainability, strategic autonomy between the countries that share the same values. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Veronica. I think now we'll turn to Tristan, who is the president of the Taipei University of Marine Technology.
Thank you, Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here. I have very little time, so I'm going to just straightforward express my own ideas. Okay. Let me begin by telling you two small stories. In 2019, I was invited by the state government of the United States to join a startup forum held in the Netherlands. I remember the opening remarks made by former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. He said, "We got people from everywhere but China. This forum has no Chinese company, has no Chinese people." And everybody applauded. Because I'm the host, I own my own party, I got to decide what kind of guest I want to invite. Very straightforward, because we're talking about innovation among democratic economies. So I would like to say any international organization that we have seen so far, their failure has been truly because of some intervene from the communism countries, not only China but also other member economies. So if we want to move things forward, I'm a straightforward guy, and also I want to solve problems. So I spent 20 years in APEC. Every time we make a proposal to use APEC money, we got rejected by China. And we have no choice but to use our own money, because we give money. We also make some donation to the APEC to run some specific programs. For example, women entrepreneurship program, that kind of stuff. And we got, very intensive participation from our member economies. So I'm just saying that I'm proposing a new framework. It's called the greed-based international framework. It doesn't have to be attached with a geographical, point of view. So everybody talks about EU. Everybody talks about, Asia-Pacific regions. Let me tell you straightforwardly, in this government, in this administration under President Lai, Ministry of Foreign Affairs focusing on topics and issue-centered cooperation framework. So we team up with maybe Philippines and also from Czech Republic. So it doesn't matter, it doesn't tie to traditional geographical limitations. So it's all about topic-centered, and it's all about value-centered. And also it drives very interesting interactions among diplomats across those countries. So whenever we go to the Philippines, we talk to US ambassadors in Philippines. We talk to Japanese ambassadors in Philippines. So it's more like a metric cooperation framework. It's not two ways. It's not only bilateral, but you can form a very interesting multilateral, symmetrical, and metrical framework. So everybody might ask where the money come from. Everybody is very familiar with the triple, the triple helix, right? In the past days, especially, I think in APEC or somewhere else, we cherish the participation of business leaders, especially for multinational companies. We have ABAC, but in other international organizations, the business community doesn't have a voice, at least, in the mainstream. So, why not let the international companies and cherish democratic values, cherish the strategic topics, like our honorable friend from Poland said, strategic autonomy that should include key industry leaders and also academia, especially think tanks. So money can come from the international cooperations with the ethic codes, with the play rules that agreed among those key democratic leaders, so that we can incorporate those leaders to take on much more important issues, like our honorable guest from France said about environmental issues. Those could be solved by the joint efforts, not only by the government, but also by the business leaders. That also can explain how I want to break through the political dilemma in Taiwan, because you have, blue and green party against each other. But if you allow the business community to speak up, to lead the programs that could provide long-lasting financial support and also agenda settings, and also with the proper guideline, the proper support or guidelines by the government officials it can also incorporate public opinions or NGOs. So I really, glad to see more and more, successful cases. Maybe from UK, we see, IISS holding up several very successful forums around the world in the Middle East or somewhere else. We should have that, more and more. So try to figure out to pin down the agenda and also cooperate, but not with too many countries. Maybe we can start from 3 or 4, just like Quad. But Quad is only limited to government officials. We can incorporate more. And with that, I will conclude my first round speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. And last but not least, we will now turn to Holmes, the former McDonnell Douglas Aerospace representative in Taiwan. Please.
Thank you, Thompson. As many of you may know, McDonnell Douglas no longer exists. In fact, it was absorbed by Boeing back in 1998. But I do not have any positions currently, so I'll be giving some blatant remarks. Be as blunt as possible, right? And like Tristan, I'm going to tell a story. And the story concerns most of the people in Taiwan and probably some in Germany. Are there any Germans here in the audience? Too bad, because I'm going to criticize German cynical diplomacy. Oh, there is. Okay, good to see you. So hope that you can relay my message to German government. All right. So we all remember the global pandemic started in 2019, right? And slightly 1 year after that, there was a global semiconductor shortage. And then Germany's then economic minister, Peter Altmaier, wrote a letter to his Taiwanese counterpart, Ms. Wang Meihua. She was the economic minister back then, asking for help to coordinate and prioritize the delivery of Taiwanese semiconductors to the German car industry. Without semiconductors, Germany cannot deliver vehicles, right? So next thing you know, Ms. Wang, Minister Wang, coordinated a meeting, called TSMC chairman and the production vice presidents and so on and so forth to the office. And I think the NSC was also involved. At the end of the day, Germany's demands were met, right? End of the story. Always good. That was in January 2021. Less than 6 months later, the global pandemic erupted in Taiwan, and Taiwan did not have enough vaccine. So Taiwan requested Germany's help for BioNTech vaccine, right? There were several flavors of the vaccine. BioNTech was co-developed by Germans. But the Germans government shrugged their shoulders, say, well, hey guys, this is a business matter. Why don't you talk to Shanghai Fuxing, which is located in Taiwan, in China. And of course, it didn't end well. Taiwan, at the end of the day, did not get any vaccines from Shanghai, right? So what is the lessons of this story, right? First is Germany's cynical diplomacy. And second is Taiwan's strategic naivety, all right? Cynical because Germany's diplomacy was one-sided and is transactional, and it's short-sighted as well. At the same time, it's when it's inconvenient for them to go out of their way to help a country that have helped them in the past, which is also under healthcare crisis, they didn't bother to lift a finger. All right, so that's the cynical side of the German diplomacy. Now, Germany also suffer from strategic myopia and moral failure. because while Berlin enjoyed Taiwan's cooperation, it refused to help Taiwan in time of need, right? And so that's that, all right? German stuff from happening. I think the answer is yes. So without going any further to criticize Taiwan's government, I think Taiwan can do something to prevent this kind of a non-reciprocal diplomacy from happening again. All right, first is the Taiwanese government can formalize the reciprocal mechanisms. That is to negotiate conditional cooperation framework with whichever countries that has the supply request. And the second is to enhance international legal mechanism or instrument. That is to pursue bilateral, multilateral agreements in health or in technology that lock in obligations and of mutual assistance. And Taiwan can also institutionalize strategic resource coordination by elevating tasking of critical resources, in this case, the semiconductor, to national level strategic importance and protocols. Not left, rather than leaving it to ad hoc ministerial exchanges between Taiwan's Ministry of Economic Affairs and Germany's Ministry of Economics. And of course, the public diplomacy and transparency would be able to provide strategic support and openly communicate expectations when reciprocity in diplomatic channels and public messagings are expected, right? So these are the prevention. Now, I would urge also Taiwan can do something more proactive. That is, with TSMC's global significance, people all around the world are talking about Taiwan semiconductor is a pivotal part of the global supply chain. But I would argue that with TSMC's significance, it can actually exert influence over the global supply chain. That is, TSMC should not be content with being a part of the global supply chain. It should reshape the form and the way the Europeans is the machinery and the US maybe the design, right? So how do we solidify this global partnership, right? This needs to be put in a more tangible framework. So Taiwan should really treat TSMC as a strategic national asset, not just a corporate entity. Everybody in Taiwan is talking about TSMC being a sacred mountain to protect the island country, right? But Taiwan, I think, can go one step further to form a strategic coordination council that involves TSMC, the National Security Councils, and so on. And whenever TSMC needs to expand overseas, it would require government approval, all right? So TSMC setting up shops in Germany, in Japan, in the US, should not be treated like giving candies out to whichever country that they want. Of course, TSMC has its own consideration, but Taiwan also has its strategic interest. So what I'm proposing, what I'm arguing is Taiwan needs to align TSMC's international posture with national interest. And the second is to push for a multilateral tech compact. Like I said earlier, just now, Taiwan should help write the rule of a trusted chip network, right? I would call it a chip NATO, right? Involving Japan, Germany, and the US, and so on. With Taiwan anchoring the advanced node foundry layer, I think this chip NATO concept or framework can work. In a word, we need to build a TSMC-anchored semiconductor ecosystem in Taiwan. That is, I'm not saying that Taiwan should adopt a mercantilist sense for the global chip supply chain, but rather Taiwan can reshape the global supply chain with strategic intent. A few years ago, Dr. Lai of the Prospect Foundation asked me to write an article arguing that the TSMC should not move to the US. And back then, the US, with all intent and purposes, wanted TSMC to migrate all its assets. Well, all may be an exaggeration, at least a significant part of its production to the US. And the reasons they initially used is that, well, there is cyber attack, TSMC, operational securities, and so on. But anybody with an engineering sense would know that lithography is not software, all right? It's a lot more complicated than modifying a line of software code, all right? So that excuse went away, but US continued to pressure Taiwan to let TSMC move to Arizona. Eventually they did, but that's fine. But what I'm arguing is that we do not want to be absorbed. We want to be indispensable or irreplaceable on our own terms. All right, so I'll rest here and elaborate a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you, Holmes. We'll now move to a general discussion, including questions from the audience. I think as the moderator, I will start with my own first question, and I will take one or two from the floor. Look, over the last half an hour, 40 minutes, we hear from all of you on a number of key issues. Strategic autonomy, AI as deterrence, building a new international platform, dealing with economic coercion, and revamping diplomatic strategies to align with, to get TSMC and business interests that align with the national interest. So my question is very simple. We see that in an interview with Nikkei earlier this year, Foreign Minister Lin talks about how Taiwan plans to play a vital role in forming a democratic supply chain with like-minded countries as a necessary response to the emergence of Chinese suppliers. So could I invite you guys to assess the efforts to create such a non-red supply chain? Feel free to pick a particular region, such as Japan, Eastern Europe, and Taiwan, or a particular theme, such as drones, which a number of you have mentioned. So this is my question. I think I will also take another question from the floor. If you are interested, please raise your hands and tell us your name and affiliation.
Well, I hate to be the person who asked the first question, but it seems that I've been doing that repeatedly. So Dominic Yang, University of Missouri. I work for the history department. Now I have one question. Can I have two questions? One for Stefan and the other one for Dr. Tristan Liu. And for Stefan, the question is very simple, right? Of course, AI, it's a new thing, and we're all trying to wrap our head around it, right? And it's a hypothetical question. If that the Taiwanese know that by using the AI technology in an ethical way, because we're talking about war, right? And they have the absolute advantage. It's like the US having the atom bomb during World War II, and the Japanese didn't have it. Is it ethical for Taiwan to defend itself uses AI in war on Chinese civilians or Chinese assets? So I know it's a very difficult question, and it's probably the question you're asking, but I wanted to hear your view on it. And for Dr. Liu, I just want to make sure that I understand what you are proposing. So you're proposing a sort of a metric international cooperation framework that's going to incorporate more of the business community. Are you suggesting, but you also mentioned NGO and others in, so how does this framework gonna work? Because you seem to be proposing that by incorporating a lot of business interests, that it's going to be, like, it's been, like, I've been reminded of the fact that, you know, businesses are out there to make money. They're not out there to democratize. So the example will be, an authoritarian regime. The American business people really love authoritarian regime, and they have been working with China until very recently. I'm sorry about that. So that's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will turn to Stefan first, and then we'll turn to Dr. Liu.
Yeah. So first, maybe a brief answer to Thompson's questions. When you look at the structure, the existing current structure of value chains in semiconductor production, I'm not talking about AI right now, from the first step, which is design, yes, the drawing of chips, not only in the US, but many, sure. But the production starts with the machineries which print the chips, and these machines are produced in Holland. To the other end of the chain, of the value chain, the so-called non-red countries have the full have companies, key companies in every segment of the value chain, which means that in each segment there is a plurality of companies, but a very small number of companies, which is making the rest of the whole chain dependent on each element of the chain. It makes first the notion of sovereign AI or sovereign production of a semiconductor technology impossible. It's a dream. Europe can pour billions of euros for this. It's very good because we'll have many opportunities, especially for Taiwanese companies to collaborate with it. But it's a dream. It cannot work. China is talking a lot about its capacity to do that, but there is so much propaganda everywhere about Chinese technological advances that it's always difficult to, and the more they say that they are on the verge of doing it, the more doubt I have. The US is not capable to do that either. So instead of losing time and money to think about having these concentrated in one country or we just need to take into consideration to just see the reality that we have in our group of non-red countries enough to do the whole chain and to survive by our own. So I think that would be my response. And regarding Dominique, you have questions about everything. And on top of being an exceptional scholar. My role was to propose the idea to hold a civic consultation, that the civil society could express itself in a situation where obviously the Congress cannot do it, at least for the moment. So it's difficult for me to express myself. First, I'm not a Taiwanese citizen, so I wouldn't like to give an answer first. I could not either respond as a philosopher or a specialist of political philosophy. I'm not a political philosopher. However, the question you ask is not simple at all, Dominic. I'm sorry to say, because we are on the very difficult question of the particular situation which is called war, which is the most horrible situation we know. So basically we cannot forecast what people will do first. And I would not like to, I don't see myself in a position right now in a peaceful country for the moment, even under threat, to judge who and what will be morally acceptable or not. So I refuse to respond. But your question is interesting because what I'm calling for is to not let us in Taiwan be in a position one day to have to do that without having debated it beforehand. And to be honest, if the question is a question of survival, for me the answer is if you are under threat by external aggression and that the aim of the aggressor is your disappearance, it is part of the answer. Anyway, whether we think that Taiwanese should accept some derogations to moral principle and human rights behavior in military affairs, the thing is that people convinced that they have to, they will. I'm not going to elaborate about what China believes in the social networks about what they would do to the first frontline soldiers when they catch them, right? I don't want to say that, and I won't say more, because saying that would be conducive to making their propaganda more efficient. But it's dreadful. If I was a Taiwanese, I would have a simple choice between being a brutal savage on the front line against them or leaving and deserting. So that's very dreadful. So we have to think in advance about what can we do or what you can do to avoid this, and avoiding this is probably going through huge technological investment, because the key issue here is to be smarter than them. It's not always difficult, and to imagine before everyone the next generation of AI use in military affairs.
Thank you, Stefan. We'll now turn to Dr. Liu before I go to the rest of the
Okay,
panelists.
I'll keep it short. The very important NGO will be industrial organizations, associations. Well, sometimes when government officials meet each other, it's all about very hard issues like tariff negotiations, but with no micro foundations. Okay, just like we are now facing 232 articles against our semiconductor industries, but U.S. government doesn't seem to know the importance of Taiwanese semiconductor industries does to their own industries. So, putting it simple, Americans don't speak up for Taiwanese makers. So, in order to avoid this kind of issues, why don't we have a platform to have industrial associations come together? And also, State Department has a think tank called CIPE, collaborating with different industrial associations and also, Chamber of Commerce around the world to pursue the common grounds, common consensus on rule of doing business, free economy, and the regulation standards, or fake news, or any kinds of outdated tariff market entry barriers. Those are good topics. And also, if you want to put up international team in achieving some of the strategic goals, you also need those people to come together. And also, university plays a very important, because they have symmetric metric collaborations over decades. Okay, so as also a university president, I would also want to shed light on the importance of that. But now there's a huge gap between them. Government officials made decisions simply, based on their own, experience, but not the collective, perspective from other important stakeholders. That's why Minister Lin said everybody is a diplomat. That's the essence of it, to call for participation from more, stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. Matej, do you want to weigh in on the whole talk about supply chains?
Yes. Well, I want to piggyback on the vaccine story, because Germany might not have given vaccines to Taiwan, but guess which 4 countries in Europe did? Lithuania, Czech Republic, Poland, and Slovakia. What do these 4 countries have in common? It's the Central European region, which has emerged to be the best friend of Taiwan in Europe over the last 5 years. Now, we have to discount Slovakia from this club for now, for a little bit, unfortunately, given our quite pro-Chinese government, but that government is going to lose the next election, and we will have the pro-Taiwanese crowd coming back to power sooner or later. So don't give up on the country just yet. Anyway, why I'm mentioning these countries is because if Taiwan and Europe want to cooperate together in developing the non-red supply chain, Central European countries are going to be vital for this, given their key role as collectively being the manufacturing hub in the EU, as a manufacturing hub in the so-called factory Europe. And Taiwan has started to work on this a little bit. I mean, okay, the big TSMC factory, that's going to be in Germany, and it's very understandable given that none of the Central European countries can muster that amount of financial power to provide the subsidy. But we already see collaboration deepening in other parts, in other sectors, right? And you mentioned drones, and that's something where we've seen a new wave of collaboration happening, for example, between Taiwan and Poland. We've seen many delegations coming back and forth trying to establish drone manufacturing of Taiwanese companies within Poland. And I think this is going to be vital for Taiwan to explore even more, given that we also see now the push of the EU Commission to not just re-industrialize EU, but re-militarize EU, and investing in sectors that are quite strongly defense adjacent, like the drone sector, would be quite an important buy-in for Taiwan and people in Europe to, mutually care for each other's future, right? And it would be one way for Taiwan to show that it can deliver tangible economic results for the region, which, all of the political visits and gestures are very important, of course, but it's the tangible results that create a lasting relationship that ordinary people can get behind. Given that the drone sector is so strongly related to the defense issues, right? So it allows Taiwan to, on one hand, to frame it as an economic cooperation, but at the same time to break the taboos that are existing still in Europe around having more collaboration on defense-related issues. So I would urge Taiwan to really double down on this type of activity, because ultimately it will create manufacturing hubs of key technologies that are going to be vital for also Taiwanese defense effort, should it come to this sort of unfortunate event, which will at the end of the day be able to supply the Taiwanese defense effort when it would be needed.
Thank you, Matej. I think you raised a very good point about Europe's importance of Taiwan. I think in particular, a recent report, I think from the think tank DSAT, talks about how an executive order from Trump's administration has created some uncertainty about drone cooperation between Taiwan and the US. And I'm sure Europe will have a much bigger role to play. Holmes, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I'll just quickly respond to your comment. I think two words comes into play. First is prioritization. The second is reciprocity. That is, of course, BioNTech or other German pharmaceutical or European pharmaceuticals have other countries and customers to tend to. So does TSMC, right? It has many customers all around the world. The fact is, Taiwanese government has stepped in and helped TSMC to prioritize its production to satisfy German car industry's requirements. But when it comes to reciprocity, it just simply didn't exist. So all I'm saying is that, again, on Taiwan's strategic naivety, Taiwan failed to leverage its semiconductor power as a diplomatic asset. And that is the key failure, right? And the second is the government did not offer goodwill. The government offered goodwill without guarantees. And that should be a lesson in the danger of silent diplomacy. That is, no matter how essential Taiwan is to the global supply chain, goodwill alone does not yield respect or support. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think I'll turn, last but not least, to Veronica to see if you want to weigh in on the whole question of a democratic non-China supply chain. think it takes 3 seconds.
Thank you. So I would like to build up on what has already been said. And I'm very happy to hear that there's a growing awareness of need for redundancies. And it was proven during the COVID time that even if something has been working without problems, and when there is a crisis on regional or global scale, we have to think about not only optimization, but also reasonable redundancies and maybe sharing technology to broader extent. And again, I would point out to necessity of being more focused on resilience, on security than on a capital gain. And I would also like to welcome very much the ideas of raising the awareness, because developing technology, making it popular, it's one thing, and another thing is to understand what this technology is connected to, and that there are many threats that we are unfortunately not very aware of. And here I would like to point out the threats related to the Internet of Things or Internet of Everything, and how we think that very simple software solutions or hardware solutions in general can pose a security threat because we are not aware that they might be exploited to collect the data and with a long time perspective. And when we add the axiology of three warfares, that the People's Republic of China or the гибридная война, the hybrid warfare represented by the Russian Federation, to that, they are very well known for not only involving non-state actors, but also for making an attack for a long time without the victim being aware that an attack has been going on. So there's a lot of things that we can cooperate on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll now allow a last round of questions. I will take several in one go. Let me give it to, is it Taniguchi-san? Then we go to Diran-kun and then
Thank
Jane.
you, Chair. I just wanted to say to Mr. Liao, your goodwill and naivete have been well received by the Japanese. By the Japanese. Your goodwill has resonance with the Japanese, so much that you remember that Japan provided Taiwan with millions of vaccines. Right? You remember that? Okay. And one final thought is that it is very much important for Taiwan to continue to host events like this, picking up relevant topics. It's just a little bit akin to editing very good magazine with attractive titles so that you could attract attentions from all across the world. And so, by so doing, Taiwan could continue to shine. Continue to shine is the most important thing, I think, for Taiwan.
Thank you. Thank you, Taniguchi-san. We'll now go to Diran-kun at the end on my left. And after her, we'll go to Jane from The Economist.
Hey, Thompson, can I respond quickly to this gentleman's question? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, briefly.
Just 15 seconds. So in the case of Japan, Japan did reciprocate with for Taiwan's goodwill, right? But the question is, does it obligate Japan to respond positively or favorably? No, the answer is not, right? There is no obligation for Japan to respond that way. Well, same thing apply to Germany or to Uncle Sam. TSMC, like I said, was handed out like candies. Well, of course, that is an exaggeration, maybe. But what I'm saying is that in addition to the keyword that I just mentioned, prioritization, reciprocity, there's also need to be an obligation. That is, Taiwan's goodwill needs to have a guarantee so that other countries can be obligated to help Taiwan in time of need. Thank you.
Thank you, Holmes. Dirang Kun, please.
Hi, I'm Dirang Kun Uchino from Thailand Trade and Economic Office. I'm the Chief of Economic Affairs. Thank you very much for these questions. Very interesting. Lots of insights and views, especially from our colleagues from the European, from the US, and from Taiwan. And following up on Thompson's comments and questions about the successful alliance of the democratic supply chains, especially for the semiconductors, also the intelligence technologies for the future. And on the semiconductors, there will be a lot of questions that need more cooperation and answer, whether be there the diversifications of the rare earth sourcings or the finding of the more cost-efficient manufacturing sites for the supply chains. And on this kind of many lists that we have to carry out, how do you see the role of the partnership with the New Southbound policy targeted countries, including like Australia, New Zealand, or ASEAN in this aspect? Thank you.
Thank you. Very valid question, given the geographical proximity. I think we have one last question to Jane over there.
Hello, this is Jane Rickards with The Economist. President Liu told an anecdote about Mike Pompeo saying that everyone had been invited to an event except the Chinese. And that made me think of a question that I really have for the organisers of the Ketagalan Forum. My question is, are Russian Federation diplomats invited to this event? And are officials from the Hong Kong and Macau offices, so essentially officials from Greater China, are they permitted to attend this event? And if so, have you seen much interest from them? Thank you. I'm talking about not just this year's Ketagalan Forum, but the forums over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wow. This question about whether officials from Hong Kong and Russia are allowed to join and the level of interest. That's from Jane. And then Kun Dirang Kun has a question about the resilience and supply chain with Australia, New Zealand, and Southeast Asia. I want to see who wants to pick either question. Matej, maybe you can go first, and then we'll go to Tristan.
I'll address the first question. Given that I'm not an organizer, I cannot really respond to the second one. But the first one, I think the cooperation with the countries covered by the New Southbound policy, especially the ASEAN countries, but also Australia, is going to be quite crucial in achieving the de-risking goals that EU has set for itself, and the overall establishment of the non-red supply chain that Taiwan has been proposing. Of course, there's a big issue of raw materials dependence, right, that we need to deal with when it comes to China. And of course, Canada, it was mentioned, is one option on how to deal with it, but also Australia was going to be quite important, right? Indonesia as well. EU has been very actively moving towards concluding the FTA negotiations with Indonesia, with access to raw materials being a key issue that EU has in mind over there, right? So that's going to be quite important. Of course, the rest of ASEAN is going to be as well quite important when it comes to de-risking the manufacturing sectors, right? It's not going to be an easy homework, I think, for the multinational corporations that are invested in China and have been dependent on getting their manufacturing done in China to move the production out of China into the ASEAN countries. But it is one of the options on the table. Of course, there's also risks attached, right? If it's only the manufacturing that moves, while the inputs for the manufacturing still remain within China, it will not be actually de-risking, it will be just creation of new problems. So we need to think quite holistically about this, and more policy coordination between the democratic countries from ASEAN, from East Asia, from Europe is going to be very much required to achieve this goal.
Thank you. And Tristan, you want to have a few words?
Many business leaders told us we exchange ideas about geographical and also economic relations with other important partners. They all said produce local and photo local, which means, for example, when Donald Trump raised the tariff to 32% against Taiwan, I heard from many big electrical, consumer electronics makers. They said that then we will go to United States directly, not from the Vietnams or from Thailand. Why? Because they will complicate the situation. So straightforwardly, just forcing fastball, just go to the United States and find a suitable place. So local for local will be the mainstream strategy for Taiwan. And of course, we want our industrial leaders to explore more opportunities in any other markets except the United States and China, especially for European countries, Central European countries. I would love to, as the advisor, urge our government to pay more attention to that. But basically for local. But if there's no opportunities over there, if the market hasn't gone up, I think they will relocate very fastly. This is all I can say. So with some, countries that full of market opportunity, but no strong economic ties, I would say in the current government, we're going to put it in the second wave. Very straightforward. Okay, put it in the second wave. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. Stefan, you have a few words to add.
Well, regarding the supply chain, I would like to add my little 2 cents. The fact is that we don't cook an omelette without breaking eggs, as we say, and we don't prepare for a war without reorganizing the intendancy and all what we have to mobilize to fight a war. And what is happening is that President Donald Trump is preparing for a war, hopefully to avoid it. And the scale of this war is not American inland, it's the whole world. So the brutal way that he has announced and dealt with these tariffs, of course, has shocked many people, countries, and press media, intellectuals. However, one day, if it happens that he made the right choice by organizing part of the world to be solidary and to help each other, to avoid being invaded by that country or taken over technologically and so on, we'll be quite thankful to him. I'm not here to defend him, but it is obvious that everybody's doing whatever he wants, and countries are like using existing facilities and trade agreements to, in a way, to cheat their own partners, like when they host Chinese companies, and that they help, obviously and consciously, Chinese companies to produce products that are branded, not branded Chinese products. That's what was Donald Trump. This is also one part of the story, and we should not forget that one of the first victims or target of his policies is an American company in AI. And I don't want to destroy a national icon here, but Wang Zhongqun is a very perfect example of this, like trying to use the existing network of possibilities and the trade networks and agreements to sell his products everywhere, including in China. Remember last time he came, just with this personal war with President Trump, all what he invented and all the declaration he made like twice a day, 3 times a day in Taipei, like each other contradicting each other, in order to show or to try to find a way to still go on selling GPUs to China. And that should be recalled. One of the biggest losers is an American company, and that's decided by Donald Trump. It's fair in a way.
Thank you. I think we're running out of time, so I'll invite Holmes and also Veronica to give any last remarks you want to have.
Thank you, Thompson. So Taiwan should strategically orchestrate influence over global supply chain, right? And that Taiwan can do that. It's not a castle in the sky. Rather, Taiwan has the asymmetric advantage as a bargaining chip. That is, we need to form a structural framework to ensure survival, especially when the country's survival is at stake at this point. And this is a whole of society, not just government, it's a whole of society effort that the people of Taiwan should continue to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you. And Veronica, please.
Thank you. I wanted just to mention that also when it comes to rare earth minerals, that we allowed China to be in such a position, such a strategic position when it comes to rare earth minerals, crucial for the new green technologies. We can also take under consideration recycling. And then another thing, just to repeat myself, is to think outside the box and think about something that it's not necessarily complicated and costly. You know, the businessman mindset. How can I make money on this? But what is useful? And maybe at some cost of the capital gain, we can increase the security. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we've really answered Jane's question, but that might be more of a question for the organizer today or the government, since they will be aware of the entry rules and who's showing up. Nonetheless, thanks again to our guests today, Stefan, Veronica, Matej, Tristan, and Holmes, providing fresh thinking and discussion about the way forward for Taiwan's economic and tech and industrial diplomacy and relevant issues like AI and drones and tariffs. So once again, thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please thank you, Mr. Zhou, and all our panelists for a wonderful discussion. I'd like to invite all of you to please come forward to the center stage for a group picture. Thank you. Thank you very much for all of you sharing your wonderful insights with us. Please come to the center and face the camera in the front. 1, 2, 3. Please give us a smile. Thumb up. All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Thank you. Please remember your personal belongings. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum has given us an opportunity for profound exchanges of opinions on current regional issues, and I'd like to once again thank all the speakers, both foreign and domestic ones, for the valuable insights they've shared through the dialogue. And to conclude today's forum, I'd like to invite Dr. Lai I-Chung, the president of the Prospect Foundation, to join us on stage and deliver the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lai.
Thank you, everyone. I think that first of all, you should give all yourself a big round of applause because you stick to the end of this conversation. The reason for the Ketagalan Forum for Taiwan is that this is way beyond the issue about the international gathering, but also as a statement and a message and a declaration of our intentions. From these 3 panels that we could find today, the first sessions about the new geopolitical security landscape in the Indo-Pacific. That means that in Taiwan, when we look at the security environment, we found out not just the last 4 years of the paradigm that no longer applies, but even the last 8 years, the security paradigm also changes. So as for Taiwan, we are looking for new compass to guide us through this very uncertain era, that we are looking for inspirations from others as well. So that's why that we have this conversation for the first sessions. As for the second session, countering the hybrid warfare and whole society defense resilience, that basically means that in Taiwan, we are very, very serious about preparing for war. So that's a war preparation panels that we like to draw the inspiration from our other experts, and so look for the conversations to engage and find new ideas. Because to us, although a lot of people talk about how the Ukraine model, how the Finland model, Israel model, that could be the inspirations. But when we apply to a specific environment in Taiwan, we found out that readjustment and reassessment that's needed. So that the more finer the tuning about how those were developed, that's something that needs to be desired, and that definitely that has been the foundation for the second panel. And the third session about the technology, economic, and other impacts on the diplomacy. I think that corresponds to the issue that our Foreign Minister Lin Jialong, under his leadership, tried to establish the strategic economic diplomacies in a sense that we try to integrate the technology, economy, as well as others into one whole diplomatic work. And for that, when we tried to design that, we also found out the new economic realities, especially when the President Trump and this administration, with all the tariff negotiation and how the United States won't be able to sustain the kind of the economic underpinning for the whole world in terms of the security burden will be single-handedly handled by the United States, while the other country, they can prosper under that. And we do know that since this is no longer applicable, but how are we able to work with this new environment as well as to advance our diplomatic work in this very uncertain and a very fragile period. So that is another reason why that we try to draw the inspiration from all of you. And of course, in this process, just borrow the sentence from the Holmes Lau, my good friend. In the last session, he talks about reciprocity. And also there were questions regarding new southbound policies. I have to say that there's a deep need for the reassessment about the new southbound policy that we had in the last 8 years. The reciprocity will also be a very important part of it, which means that Taiwan's goodwill and Taiwan's willingness to work with other countries, what we like to offer, cannot be taken as it is just freebies. That means that for other countries, for their sake of their engagement and for whatever reasons, whether that's under pressure or willing to have the benefit from China, at the expense of Taiwan, there will be consequences. So that is the thinking that behind those. And when we talk about reciprocity, this is going to be one of them, and with a consequence. And that also applies to the issue about invitation, as some of the audience asked a question whether the Russian or the Hong Kong Macau representative to be allowed to come to the Ketagalan Forum. Our experience is that we do invite Russian in the past, but then after the year 2022, the development, they started not showing up. And then so as a convenience, since they are not interested in Ketagalan Forum, at least that's how they showed to us, then the people decided that we'll still welcome them, but the initiative needs to come from Russia, not from Taiwan. As for the Hong Kong and Macau, our sense is that after the national security law there are the natural hindrance about the really equal engagement. So that is another reason. That is not that we are not inviting them, but the environment itself sort of preventing them from the equal engagement with Taiwan. So that's I just used the opportunity to answer some of those questions, but I just hope that this Ketagalan Forum and all the design, as well as what we wanted to do, the conversation can continue, and especially thankful for all of you, and also the team, the staff of the Prospect Foundations. Many of them, they are working behind the scene, whether they're sitting or just outside. Just give them a big round of applause. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lai, for the remarks. And next, I'd like to invite Dr. Chen Mingqi, the Deputy Minister of MOFA, to make closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Chen. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The 2025 Ketagalan Forum has come to a close. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone who helped make it possible. Your presence has enriched the conversation and contributed to event success. This year, the forum focused on security in the Indo-Pacific, whole of society defense against hybrid warfare and gray zone tactics, and the emerging trend in economic, technological, and industrial diplomacy. We identify common threat facing the global community and reaffirm our staunch commitment to cooperation in all aspects. Against a backdrop of growing geopolitical and economic uncertainty worldwide, freedom-loving countries must collectively safeguard it through concrete actions. Today's discussion were insightful and will help to pave the way for strengthening Indo-Pacific security, non-red supply chains, and the international framework to resist authoritarianism. Taiwan is doing its part to ensure a world rooted in freedom, security, and economic cooperation. Under President Lai Ching-de's 4 pillars of peace action plan, Taiwan is bolstering national defense, improving economic security and maintaining stable and principled cross-strait policy, and pursuing a new way of doing diplomacy by bringing in job opportunities, medical capability building, and sustainable growth to Taiwan's contribution to regional security, economic stability, and resilience are key to a peaceful and prosperous Indo-Pacific. I call on the global community to continue supporting Taiwan in the face of authoritarian aggression, and Taiwan pledges to help working hand in hand with the like-minded partner to safeguard our way of living, free of oppression or coercion of any kind. In closing, I'm confident that the knowledge and the insight gained through this platform will better prepare us for exchange ahead. Together, we can create a brighter future for generations to come. I wish you all the best moving forward and hope to see you at the next year's forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Chen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we officially conclude the Ketagalan Forum 2025 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. And in closing, we'd like to thank all of you once again for attending this forum. Let us continue to advocate for closer exchanges and cooperation. Thank you all and see you in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.